us. We're at the semi-final of the Enaira Hackathon, and I want to just thank you so much for taking time. And I want the participants on the call to give themselves a round of applause, because it hasn't been easy getting here. We've had our own hiccups and everything, and it's been a very crash course in developing many products. So give yourselves a round of applause, guys. You guys are amazing. So just a few welcoming and housekeeping rules before we get.
Hello, we can't hear anything.
Okay, can you hear me now? Oh, don't worry, we'll get to that. Okay, yeah. All right, so thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's lovely having you guys here on the call with us, joining us online on YouTube. So thank you so much for joining. I just want to be sure that you can hear me. No issues. You can just put it down in the chat box that you can hear. So we're kicking off with the semi-final of the Enaira Hackathon. It has been an amazing journey to get to this point. So we had over 4,911 participants register for this hackathon, and we were able to take 175 teams, and we have streamed them down to 75. It has been a very interesting journey, stressful for the participants, I'm sure. And I was saying everyone should give themselves a round of applause because you guys are amazing and you deserve it. Okay. So just quickly so we kick off today's event, we're going to start with housekeeping rules. So I will introduce the person giving the welcome address. He's an amazing man, and thank you so much for being here. The Deputy Governor in charge of Economic Policy and the Chairman of Enaira Technical Working Committee, Dr. Kingsley Obiora. Thank you very much for being here with us. Sir, you can unmute yourself and then you can give your speech.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir. We can see you. We can hear you. Thank you very much for being here, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone, and thank you so very much for your interest in the Enaira and for dedicating so much time to making sure that we have genuine, durable solutions to the issues that confront us with the Enaira. We're very grateful to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, it does give me great pleasure to deliver this speech at the semi-final of the Made in Enaira Hackathon, jointly organized by the African Fintech Foundry and the CBN, which creates a collaborative environment of experts with a diverse skill set to drive sustained innovation geared towards making the Enaira the pinnacle for digital financial services and the gateway to the digital economy. This event, which is also timely, illustrates the CBN's commitment to digital innovation, which was made during the unveiling of Africa's first central bank digital currency, the Enaira. His Excellency, the President of our country, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, on the 25th of October last year. Moreover, it also further illustrates the bank's commitment to investment in new technologies aimed at promoting an efficient payment system through innovation and indigenous ingenuity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that we live in a time where the global economy is characterized by rapid digitalization across all sectors, particularly the financial system. In Africa, Nigeria remains the giant of innovation, and the Nigerian government, under the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy, is poised to accelerate the private sector-led efforts towards building a nation where digital innovation and entrepreneurship are used to create value and prosperity for all. To achieve this Herculean goal, young innovators have a critical role to play in tackling the existing challenges and developing technology-based solutions with commercial value and social impact. Over the years, hackathons have not only proven to be a place for painstaking work both at night and day, but also a powerful fuel for innovation. As such, several success stories of startups have emerged from hackathons. Examples include Zapier, TalkDesk, and Carousel, which boast of $5 billion, $10 billion, and $550 million in valuation, respectively, as of June 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, it would interest you to note that the CBN has been at the forefront of technological advancement and innovation in the payments ecosystem. This is driven by a strategic focus over the years, which the governor himself, once he came into office in June 2014, made as one of his strategic focus and pillars of his first 5 years, and has continued to build on this for since then. Specifically, in entrenching a resilient payment system, the bank has over the years established strategic initiatives and policies in the financial sector, such as the Payment System Vision 2020, which was launched in 2007, National Financial System Inclusion Strategy, which was done first in 2012, but revised in 2018, the Cashless Policy, which began in 2012, a framework for regulatory sandbox operations, which we launched in 2018 and updated in 2021, Open Banking Initiatives, which was done last year, amongst others. These policies and initiatives have created stability, strengthened investor confidence, provided protection for stakeholders, and fostered innovation, which has accelerated the development of fintech in Nigeria. Since the launch of the bank's payment system Vision 2020 in 2007, consequently, the Nigerian payment system ecosystem has witnessed tremendous improvement over the years. To consolidate its effort towards engendering a digital economy, the bank proactively deployed the Enaira as Africa's first central bank digital currency in preparation for the changes in the payment landscape, given the potential benefits it portends for the digital economy. The Enaira, which provides Nigerians with a cheap, generally accepted, safe, and trusted means of payment, and seeks to enhance financial inclusion, support poverty reduction, enable direct welfare disbursement to citizens, support a resilient payment system, improve availability and usability of central bank money, facilitate diaspora remittances, reduce the cost of processing cash, and reduce cost and improve efficiency of cross-border payments, amongst others. Through offline payments channels like agent networks, USSD, wearables, cards, and near-field communication technologies, the Enaira would give access to financial services to underserved and unbanked segments of our population. The Enaira platform also provides an innovative layer for products and services to be built with the aim of enhancing Nigerians' participation in the digital economy and promoting further development of a burgeoning fintech ecosystem. While celebrating the success achieved following the launch of the Enaira and the global recognition of the job we have done, it must be acknowledged that the journey, iterative, requires cutting-edge innovation in order to achieve the set-out policy objectives. To this end, this hackathon seeks solutions that would, one, drive financial inclusion, SME growth and creation of startups, facilitate cross-border trades and transfers, as well as international remittances and FX exchanges, effective implementation of welfare-inclined government programs, and enhanced efficiency in the interbank market. Today's event is also a culmination of our engagements with critical stakeholders in the financial technology space, as we have here today pioneer beneficiaries of the initiative and the participating financial institutions. A total of 4,667 registrations were made for this hackathon, comprises 4,082 male and 582 females. This shows a high level of interest from Nigerians with innovative ideas, both within and outside the country, and both willing and ready to leverage on existing opportunities that the Enaira presents for enhancing the digital financial services. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, permit me to seize this opportunity to thank and congratulate the innovators and participants and players in the financial system for their efforts in birthing innovative solutions for a modern Nigeria and their support to the Central Bank of Nigeria with its ambitions and various interventions targeted at creating an innovative financial system. I would also like to commend the AFF and members of the Project Giant drawn from within the Central Bank of Nigeria for their partnership in the successful organization of this hackathon. I am confident that these kinds of innovative events will give us opportunities to discover, discuss, and adapt new technologies to fuel the transformation of Nigeria into a world-class digital economy and beyond. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. That was a very powerful speech. And I am inspired. I hope the participants are inspired as well. And I can see some claps online. Thank you very much, sir. So we're going to go straight to the next goodwill message from also a great man moving things in this country. It's an honor to have you on the call. We're calling on the DG, NITDA, Madam Kashifu Inwa Abdullahi, to give a goodwill message. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. The launch of eNigeria created a positive vibe in the global tech innovation ecosystem that the Central Bank of Nigeria is reimagining its place in the world. The global financial sector is grappling for survival from the disruption caused by breakthrough technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, proof of stake, and advancement in fintech, and many more. There is no doubt that to succeed beyond legacy digital transformation, central banks need to take a stand on what position they will occupy in the future. You need to take a leap of imagination to look beyond your current portfolio of licenses and regulations and accommodate new business value propositions inspired by digital technologies. True innovation creates an opportunity to address unmet customer needs through new business model that never exists. That's why today we can see fintech, which is just 5 years old, is almost twice bigger than the biggest bank in Nigeria. We live in a knowledge economy where your bank is as good as it is next digital offering, and your next digital offering is as good as the people who make it. And we know talent is better when we outsource it, because when we live in the same organization, we think within the box. But when you want to create something new and you want to be innovative, it's better you crowdsource your talent through and co-create values is the most viable way for big corporations like CBN to survive, because it will allow you to leverage the talent in the ecosystem and to improve cost saving. It is going to be cheaper for you to develop the prototype through startups, through hackathon, than doing it within the bank. And it will also increase efficiency and speed to market, to take your products to market. Three factors drive digital economy. Firstly, broadband penetration. Secondly, digital identity. And thirdly, payment system. Therefore, for us to achieve and implement our national digital economy policy, we really need an inclusive payment system in this country that will allow every citizen from the nook and cranny of this country to be able to access government digital services and other digital services and make payment through available payment channels. To achieve that, federal government has come up with so many initiatives like the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy, which has digital transformation as a key, and payment system is a component under that. And also, to enable the playing field, the startup bill is going to help consolidate federal government initiatives in exploring using startups to solve our problems in this country. And just recently, the federal government has approved a bimodal process, procurement process of engaging startups through this kind of initiatives, hackathon and innovation challenge. So we want to use this as a pilot to see how it is going to work, and also encourage other government agencies to use startups to solve big problems in our country. I therefore thank CBN for creating this enabling environment to bring the ecosystem together, and also giving them the opportunity to develop these Enaira services in country. This will help strengthen our ecosystem, even though we have the most vibrant ecosystem in Africa, but we need more of this kind of initiatives to strengthen the ecosystem and also to encourage them to solve local problems with the target of taking it to global market. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. That was a very lovely message. Thank you so much. And again, I want to say thank you to CBN for partnering with us, for trusting us to work with you to do the very first and Enaira Hackathon. And I can only hope that we're able to partner not just on this, but many more things together. So thank you very much. So now we're going to the fun part of the day, which is the presentation, the innovations. I'm excited. And the mails I sent out yesterday was like, are you excited for the innovations? Because I am. So we're going to go to the introduction of the judges. We have, wonderful judges across, a diverse level of industries, both federal organizations and private institutions as well. We'll start with the first one. Our Honorable Director of Financial Policy and Regulation, CBN, Mr. FOB Chibuzo Anthony. A round of applause, guys. It's an honor to have you here, sir. And next, one of our own, Omolola Tunde Alade. She's the Team Lead Design Innovation, AFF. Round of applause. Thank you. And representing Mr. Premier Owo here, MD NIBS, is Ms. Atinuke. Round of applause. Thank you very much, the CIO, NIBS. Then who's joining us virtually? Etsudo Edijong, who is the SASS Product Manager, AppZone. Also joining us virtually, Mr. Folabi Oke, as well, CEO, MTech. Then also joining us virtually, another great man, the Director of Banking Supervision, CBN, Mr. Mustafa Haruna Bala. Round of applause. Next slide. So joining virtually, Mr. Adeboye Adegoke, who is the Senior Program Manager, NIDA. Sorry, join us physically. I'm so sorry. Join us physically. Also here physically as well, we have Wole Adebogu, Associate KPMG. So we're going to go on and call the first team that will be presenting. Sorry. Oh. Paradigm Initiative. Okay, sorry. Noted. Calling the first team. Team 1. Okay, calling the first team. Apologies. Team 57.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, honorable judges. So we are team 57, and I don't know how many minutes we have to present. Do you have a timeline? How many minutes do you have? 5 minutes, okay, thank you. So team 57, 4 group of fantastic guys. We all registered individually, and then we're grouped by AFF and CBN. We're all spread across the southwest. I'm in Lagos, he's coming from Oshun. Then there's one of our team members serving in Akure, and then the final one is in Ibadan. And we've been able to collaborate virtually. So we came up with a product called Care Kong, and the tagline is easy financing for healthcare. Next one. Next. So what are we trying to solve with? Basically is a financial product that is supposed to help to finance healthcare. So what problem are we looking at? We're looking at the current problems that we have now, that a huge chunk of the population have difficulty paying for healthcare. And an extension of that is that over 90% of the population are not covered by any form of health insurance. And health insurance has been the go-to for several countries in the world because it's a very sustainable way of financing healthcare for the population. Next slide. The impact of this is because over 90% of the population cannot afford healthcare or don't have health cover, right? And a large chunk of them cannot pay out of pocket. What we have is also suffer catastrophic health expenditures, which basically we've heard stories of families that a woman that gave birth and they had to do naming ceremony in hospital because they can't pay their hospital bills. This is because, one, they are not under health insurance, and 2, they are unable to pay at the point of service. We've also we see images around of people soliciting for funds for healthcare. These are all of the major problems concerning it. Now, beyond that, in the wider population, we're having problems with, because people are not paying for health, there's a small pool of money in the health ecosystem. Now, because of this poor funding, it leads to poor services because a lot of infrastructures cannot be built from the private side, and ultimately brain drain of the healthcare community. Now, this is not far-fetched because it has been noticed over several years and several centuries actually that healthcare professionals will rather practice where they will be better paid. This is why you always see all the time, you should expect to see more doctors in Lagos than in Akure, or more doctors in Abuja than maybe in Adamawa. Now, because we don't have a lot of people paying for health, the amount of money in the system is so low that a lot of medical people are getting better offers outside, so they move around. This is a major problem, huge problem. The WHO standard is that there should be at least 1 doctor for 600 people. In Nigeria, that's average about 64 doctors for 10,000 population. In Nigeria right now, we have just 4 on the average, just 4 doctors for 10,000 people. That's because we're a large population and a lot of our doctors are going for greener pastures. All tied together, fewer people are putting money into the pool, i.e. they're not paying for healthcare, and meaning that fewer money is left to pay these doctors and they're going outside. So this is a huge problem. Next, please. So the current pain points for these customers, a large chunk of them, is that they cannot access affordable health cover. Another problem is they are low income. Another problem is actually for some people actually have money, but at least they can afford it, but their willingness to pay is another problem. Then of course, the lost income from catastrophic health expenditure, which I explained before, where you have to sell things to pay for your health care just because you're not under health cover. Next, please. So what does the market need? Considering the population and the socioeconomic status of majority of the segment of the population, what the market needs right now is a super flexible funding plan that takes into account the daily income nature of the large chunk of the population. And this is where Enaira comes in, and we've innovated around that. Next. So the problem currently, the current solution for customers right now is they pay out of pocket, they take alternative medicine, they take self-medication just because they know if they present themselves in front of a doctor, it's going to charge them a lot. And of course, they don't have health insurance. Next, please. Okay, all right, next. All right, next. Next. No, first solution. Just, okay, so what we have right now, our value proposition is easy financing for this health, for healthcare. And what we've built, CareKong, is that it should be able to help customers, regular people, put small bits of their money away every day, just like about 15 naira every day, which comes to a lot afterwards. Next. So the relevance of this is, at the end of the day, with that small amount of contribution, they're able to pay for health insurance at the minimum. Next. Next. Okay, all right, so before that. So what this does, CareKong, is basically we automate the tiny, sweatless, but consistent saving through Enaira wallet. Then we automate the monthly or quarterly health insurance subscription and other bundle packages. Next.
Thank you. That we will now go on to Judge's question.
All right.
30 minutes. Please, judges, go ahead and ask questions.
Okay. Unfortunately, you didn't spend enough time talking about the solutions. I observed that you spent the bulk of your time, talking about the problems. So I think that's unfair to you, and I think you were not managing your time very well. So I already saw that problem coming even by the time you got to like 3 or 4 minutes. But the question I'm going to ask is, you've talked about the problem, valid problem. And in I believe the few portion of the solution that you have shared with us, you are targeting tiny savings from income to be able to make sure that people can save for their own health and all of that. So this question perhaps will give you an opportunity to talk about the latter part of the presentation that you didn't share with us. So the question will be then that how do you determine how these savings are spent for the user? So I imagine when people have, when you're taking money off people's income and, for the purpose of health insurance or for the purpose of being able to pay for their health care in case of emergencies and all of that, what plan do you have in terms of ensuring that there is like a boundary? Are they going to continue to save forever? What is the plan around making sure that people don't pay more than what they require to pay? And also, what do you have in mind regarding those whose income are so insignificant to the point that they might not even be able to raise as much possible to pay for an healthcare package? That's my question.
All right, thank you, sir. So basically from all right. Okay, so basically from the slide, we would have seen actually the good part of this and what backs our idea is that just recently, May 19th, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari has signed into law that health insurance is now compulsory, is mandatory on everybody. And what they've done is that they've assessed and seen that 40% of the population cannot pay. So about 1.2 trillion is going to be reserved for them. Now there's a top 10% that probably has health insurance now. So the target market is the 50% in between, which are people that are working, are employed or semi-employed. These are the people that we are targeting. So the people below the cadre, no, after this, yes, this is next, yes. So the people on the C, the people on the C are going to be covered by the government. A have some form of insurance right now. So the B are the people that the government has said they can afford it, and we just want to make it easy for them to be able to pay for it. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. How are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Okay. I'm struggling how to approach this. I was hoping, for example, someone calls me and says he's unwell, and the assumption is that he's going to use it to pay for some kind of medical bill. I was hoping I could see something that speaks more to that, which is more in tune with what happens day to day, and how through the Enaira platform that provides for tokenization and the rest, that somewhere along the line, that money that I have transferred, in what form I transfer it to him or her, that the only place that he or she can spend it is in a medical facility that is part of an ecosystem that the Enaira speaks to. Maybe because of the absence of time, because that seems to solve a problem most of us will have, that you are not sure whether the person is really unwell or not, because it can be solved technologically. The other option is to transfer money to the hospital or to the whatever. It's a bit clumsy. They have to come back to you every time. But once that amount, it goes in there, can call it a private insurance. The only place the person can spend it is at a medical facility outlet. I don't know if something like that crossed your mind.
Yes, sir. Fantastic, because yes, we're always adding new things. So for what you've said, the baseline for this is, that's why we call ourselves Team Universal Health Coverage. The baseline is having everybody have health insurance. There are some countries in Africa that are almost approaching 100%. So, and this is what the federal government wants to do now, that everybody should get to 100%. So that first layer of cover, so it's almost less likely that you hear someone say, oh, please, I'm in the hospital, please help me and stuff, because why are you not on insurance, right? It's either you've been paid for or you pay for yourself.
Let's assume we're even in the insurance. We know the protocols involved in insurance matters. Yeah. And obviously the volume of cover you get based on the persons that you're looking to solve a problem for is that it's very small, micro, unpredictable. Yeah. So if I save money in my savings account in Bank A or saving in Enaira, it doesn't really change much. Yes. So that's the bit that I was hoping that you speak to. And I think that the way to differentiate technology-wise is that ability that he can only expand. That feature actually exists in Enaira at the moment. I thought maybe it was something.
Oh, okay. All right. We didn't know about that feature because one of the questions we asked was if a single individual could create multiple Enaira wallets, so that the Naira wallets that we are working with,
No, we're talking about two different things. Don't worry. That's not.
All right, I understand, but that was the way we're thinking about solving it. But this is like placing a ledger on it, right? You can.
I do. That's why you're here. That's why you tell me how to solve that problem.
All right, all right. I get the point, sir. I get the point. So to restrict them from spending on other things, yes.
Yeah, I like your ideas. However, you didn't have enough time to get to the crux of the matter. So I'll just ask. Around the onboarding process, you mentioned your target market being self-employed and people on 9 to 5s. So speak to how you onboarded them and how they can get the best and maximize the use of the platform. There's an opportunity to get into the crux of the solution.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity. So basically, first of all, we've listed like 4 ways that we want to, access the market. The first is riding on regulation, right? Because it's now mandatory. We can ride on that by partnering with government. Like, for example, Lagos State, they are selling their own health plans for 8.5. and they could provide APIs. We could walk through them since it's mandatory, as they have kind of implementing or enforcing the law. Then through that, we can, come and join them. That's one. Number two is partnerships. Most of these people, especially in the informal sector, they are kind of, it's informal, but they have such of organization, maybe by association or for the market people, they have central points. Some of them are contributing. So they actually do daily money savings. It's just right now to partner with those focal points. Maybe the adjournment, for example, or the Isusu person. So if the person's commission is 100 naira, the person's commission can now be 150 naira. And you know that now you are now covered for health insurance. Now the mandatory part is gone, and of course you are now covered at that level. Then the other parts, which are the banks, which self-employed and all, is just regular marketing.
Okay, my next question is around the inclusivity of your solution. You mentioned self-employed people. So when you mention things like 15 naira per day, I'm looking at people like the segments, market women and stuff, right? What's the drive you will do to ensure that they're able to adopt your solution, since that the majority of them, over 70% of them, are semi-literate? What's the intervention around that?
Okay, so the intervention is we'll be willing to work with them, with the government, because they are fully engaged in this universal health coverage. So we'll be working with them. And number two, there will be a lot of advocacies as well, and speaking to the main people in charge, just to ensure that we can say how we can onboard them.
Mr. Mustafa online, please go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, actually, I wanted to ask the very question the last George asked, which is around how do you intend to onboard and of course sell this solution to a sizable segment of our population, given that there is that pervasive lack of awareness about the Enaira, and getting them to buy into this idea could be an Herculean task. But I think the last George has already put it in context. But follow up to that will be, what type of arrangement do you have with the National Health Insurance in terms of integration to ensure that there is seamless implementation of these solution?
Okay, thank you, sir, for the question. That's really key, because what we are doing is we are the man before the payment, right? We're helping them save constructively to be able to afford that plan. So definitely we'll be needing APIs from NHIA and of course from the state health insurance schemes, basically. So we have to work with them, definitely, because they are the ones providing the plans, and we are the ones helping the users to save up the money and then make the payments. Everything is seamless.
Sorry, just this question. Did you factor in the current, shall I call the current economy rate? Because we take 50 naira per day, you amount it about 16,000 plus per month. Do you think that will get you a good health care? And then I was going to actually ask about, do you have any relationship with the NHIS? You need to first work with them and work with the hospitals. Maybe they'll have a better plan for this category of the vulnerables. So what is your plan regarding them? Do you think this cost is enough? Most of them are the ones that actually have, shall I call it, ailments that requires a lot of money. So if you are going to be working with the government, what is that catch that you think will make them buy into this idea and provide, in a way, what you're trying to do is to reduce the workload or the pressure on the government, such that when they contribute this part of the money, are you going to put an incentive of how will you get the other part of the money? Because realistically, that amount can't work in the health system. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the question. So I put a social plan there for Lagos, and we're working with the government, but we have to work with the government. But the good part is 90% of the job has been done, because the bill has been signed already. It's not a law, right? So we don't need to lobby anymore. So we're just leveraging on what is existing right now. And the Lagos plan, Enaira Eco, is 8,500, for a whole year. If you are going to pay monthly, it's 1,000 naira. So that gives you extra of about 4,000 something, because there's co-payment when they go to the hospital, so that they pay part of 10% of the drug. So they can use this other part to take 10%. And answering the other question about they have the most issues is because they don't go for checkups. They don't, the alternative medicine that they've been using over time builds up, and this is the beauty of insurance in essence. And this is what our solution wants. We want to power the drive of the federal government, and of course, there's a lot of business opportunity in this, in moving from like the 5% that we are to 100%.
Thank you very much, team.
Okay, so I think one thing you haven't done is sell the value, which is what she was trying to point to here. If Lagos State is going to give me coverage at 8.5, there needs to be extra value you are selling to me to come and jump on your 16.8. It's a disconnect here. If you can't sell it to me, I won't jump on your solution, no matter how much you tell me about it. So you need to be able to tell us, and that's also why you need to work with the government agencies. What is 8.5 covering? If 8.5 is just going to cover my consultation and medication, then you need to be telling me that if I'm doing 16.8, I become eligible for annual medical checkup. I become eligible for special care. I can see a gynecologist. I can see a pediatrician. You need to put value around it so that the person you're talking to is able to say, okay, at 15 naira per day, I get extra XYZ that the regular 8.5 is not getting. So you need to put value to your solution. It's that value that will make people jump on your solution, and it's kind of missing here.
Thank you, ma. Just a little about this. The beauty of this is because it's powered by Enaira wallet. All this money is yours, right? We're just helping you move it from maybe physical deposit or through your card into your Enaira wallet. You have direct access, and that's the question that was asking, if we can block it from using it for something else. So by the time you expend for your health insurance, the balance remains yours. We're just working on the transaction benefits.
So again, because we don't have a culture of health insurance, our default culture is, I'm a Nigerian, I'm AA, I'm tired, I've not slept for 2 days, fancy that. That's our culture. So you need to give me extra. And if I'm not a fancy that person, I'm going to go and buy my traditional herb drink there. That's okay, give me that. It has worked for me. That was what they used for me growing up. I will go there. So for me to leave, so 8.5 take out of our 16.5, the remaining 8.3
is for
you.
Are
asking me to keep, and it's for me.
Yeah.
What would he get me? Because my default setting is not to go to a hospital. So what's that value that is going to get me that would make me leave that money there to say, with this money, God forbid my child falls off from the roof, and is it going to cover accidents? Is it going to cover emergency? Am I sure that if my child has an injury in school and they bring him home and I get there because of my 8.3, you need to put that value there. It's not just enough to tell me that, oh, I have an extra 8.3. We don't like to keep money aside. Our money must function, must work. What's the value? So that's what you need to really put, especially when it is not something that is in our culture. And then you want to change. What you're trying to do is also create a different social culture for people.
Exactly.
People need to see the value at a glance.
Yes, a lot of advocacy. And we're riding on policy as well. Thank you, ma. We'll work on that.
Thank you very much, Team 57. A round of applause. That's a very amazing solution. And with time, you continue to work on it. So just before we call on the next team, I just want to put a little housekeeping there as well. So each team has 10 minutes to present, 5 minutes to the team and 5 minutes to the judges, because we have so many teams to go through throughout today. So when a team is past this time, I'll interject and give them a grace of 1 minute. When the judges have exceeded at 5 minutes, I'll interject and give you a grace of 2 minutes. So please, let's do, just keep notes of that. Thank you very much. So I'll be calling on Team 32. A round of applause, guys.
So thank you very much. This slide. Okay, I'm representing Team 32, Team NISA. My name is Marcelo Zwanko. We are here to present a solution based on Enaira, automated credit system available to anyone, anywhere. So think of it like a credit system like Visa or Chase or general credit system around the world, but built around Enaira. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so the problem that was posed to the team was how to adapt Enaira for SMEs and startups. So we know that generally by data, 49% of Nigerian GDP is driven by small SMEs and startups. And irrespective of the fact that we are pulling in much weight, we tend to either underserve the SMEs and they are underfunded, and then there's a low adoption for Enaira. Enaira was created to actually serve the underserved. And because of that, that has created a huge gap between people that have access to funding and people that don't have access to funding. So our solution is tailored to address this in a unique way. Next slide. Okay. So the solution itself, we built a system that is driven by data. We automatically give credit to everyone that is using Enaira, just based on your transaction. So it's more like, as consistent as you are in giving transaction, we make sure that you pass some certain checkpoints. As we pass on certain checkpoints, as extra credit is being given to you, credit provided on Enaira by CBN, and then credits along the way that will be provided by every other users on Enaira. It's basically a credit system, credit card, but built on Enaira. So it's driven by transparency and purely data-driven. It's automated and fast because it's built around Enaira. Next slide. Okay, so how it basically works is that you get an Enaira wallet, you carry out transaction consistently. NISA analyzes your transaction and using data to give you a credit rating. And from that credit rating, you have access to credit via on Enaira. Then finally, as you repay the credit, it boosts your credit rating and gives you access to more credit. Next slide. So the benefit itself is built on Enaira, which is basically wallets connected. So it's fast and low interest. Interest is based on 5%. That's CBN's policy. And then we are looking to use it to push the mass adoption of Enaira because it's like incentive based. So as you are using Enaira, you have access to more credits. And then there is a huge return on investment because anybody that is using Enaira and wants to give credit, he knows that guaranteed at the end of the day, I'm getting this kind of return on investment based on my credits. Next slide. So with over 41 million SMEs, we are very sure that out of the number of people in Nigeria, 219 billion individuals in Nigeria, 91.78 million users are online. And we want to start with that. We are targeting both the SMEs and startups, as well as individuals that will be riding on the Enaira platform. Next slide. Okay, so according to data, CBN Financial Services, we know that the credit system, the lending system, is a $23.8 billion market. And if we are not targeting every credit system, because we have to narrow down to those, starting with those that are particularly on the internet. So that is 9.8 billion. Those are internet users and the market for credit system. Now narrowing down to, we can't capture the whole 100% of users online and also have access to internet. We are taking 10%, which is our serviceable obtainable market, 10% of that amount. That's where we are trying to target, and then to push Enaira through the solution. Next slide. So business revenue. So we tend to start basically with the intervention of CBN, say 5% interest based on CBN. And for management fee, we tend to take 0.5% to 1% of commission of all credits lended through NISA and Enaira. Next slide. So we know that there are already a lot of startups and fintechs that have access to, that actually give credits and loan. But the distinctive advantage we have in this, using this solution, is that, first of all, it's built around Enaira, which is meant to be Nigerians' first digital currency. And then because the credit system is core on data, it's a fair system for everybody that is using Enaira. As long as you are consistently using Enaira, you have access to that credit. And then we are looking to partner with companies like Wax Mobile that are providing low tech to the underserved, like thumbprints, to access money in underserved markets, to actually take Enaira and our system to people that don't have access to some of the smartphones we have. And then finally, like I said, it's purely data driven, and the second version is meant to be on blockchain, so that everybody, irrespective of where you are.
You've currently exhausted 5 minutes. Have a case of 1 minute.
Okay. Everybody, irrespective of where you are, can actually participate in the credit system based on Enaira. Next slide. So purely, the first version of the solution is built on React for the user interface. The backend is built on Firebase and Node.js, and then we are looking to build the overall system on Rust for blockchain technology. Next slide. So for the team, we have our first team lead, Onome. She's currently working in the banking sector. She has 15 years experience. She actually brought about most of the data we use there. And myself is one called, I am a blockchain engineer and product manager. I came around the blockchain technology, and we have 2 other needs: user interface in designer and the software engineer. Next slide. And finally, going forward, we want to first push Enaira and NISA to both the served and the served. Then we tend to do analysis 6 to 1 year to actually know who is credit worthy and start assigning credit. And then finally, consistent users who have access to credit, and then we'll push up mass integration to third-party platforms. Next slide.
Thank you. Judges, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you.
Okay, so the first question here is, you've said that your credit rating will be transaction-based.
Yes.
Why transaction-based?
Okay, so 2 things. First of all, we want it to be a fair assessment, and it's going to be based on Enaira. So it's not going to be transaction, it's going to be based on the transaction that is going to happen on Enaira. So for instance, everybody that has an Enaira wallet, as you are carrying out transactions, we see how consistent you are. We see how many credits and debits from the APIs you have access to. We have access to individuals that have credits in our wallet, and they have access to all their transactions. We have a system that checks how consistent you are, how much you actually use on a monthly basis. With that, we can evaluate how much credits a user can actually repay.
So basically, you want to give credit based on their turnover?
Yes, because, yeah.
But you do know that repayment is not going to be based on turnover.
That's why we build data over time, and then we study it. Now, based on the turnover over time, you can predict how much repayment you can make. And then based on the consistency, and you do the check marks, your credit access is gradually lifted. If you fall below the criteria, it drops down. So there is a credit rating for each individual.
Okay, yeah. The flaw I find in this is people can game that system. I will run as many credits, build your turnover, collect your credits, and then pull out transactions. Which is why I came back to say, basing your credit rating or your credit value on transactions, especially when I'm going to, because transaction is simple. I'm a business person. You have paid me to supply something. There's a cost. Yeah. But I'm not going to pay you with my cost of running. My OPEX is not going to pay you. It's whatever is left is my income that would pay you. So you might want to redefine, and it is from that income that I should be repaying your loan. But if you give me loan based on my transaction value or volume, you are probably going to give me more than I can repay you on the long run, thereby setting yourself up for default.
We look inside. We are trying as much as possible to study. We looked at some key use cases like Chase and Visa credit cards. We look at how they carry out their credit rating, and USA. Yeah. So we look into that definitely.
For those 2 credit markets you just mentioned, the first things first, they are open to salary earners.
Yeah.
90%, and deduction is from source.
Source, yes. We got that too.
So
got that, yes.
You need to, you can't necessarily copy that model, because even the credit card they're giving you, as much as they are looking at your transaction volume, they are looking at your income source and the debt service ratio on that income.
Source,
and then they are going to deduct from source. The moment I take my transaction and inflow away from your platform, you can't deduct from source again.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, can you tell me the plans you have for the KYC? Because we are talking about credit facilities here. And then how do you, for you to recoup your money, what is your KYC plan?
Okay, so first of all, for you to actually have access to the system, you should have an Enaira wallet. And based on Enaira institution, there is a KYC that comes with it. So by the virtue of the API that was made available, even for stats, we have access to almost all the KYC that was made available to Enaira wallet registers. And then, like you said, to recoup the money, we plan to work with both the credit system, the standing Nigerian Credit Bureau, as well as other recouping agencies to make sure that money is being recouped. And like she said also, we're also going to connect to the source, which is we look at not just transaction, but based on source, that's income earning, like salary. So we try as much as possible to give much credit to those we know that are credible enough, are actually earning that amount of money, so we can know how to connect it from the source.
All right, well done. Just a quick question. You are targeting 10% of a potential market.
Yes.
I just want to get a sense of why you have decided to be that conservative.
Okay, so it's a start. It's a start. So because the lending market, the credit market, currently there are a lot of players there, but because the age we have, which is the Enaira adoption, is actually an age, and we can be ambitious that we're going to go for more than 10%. But starting with 10% gives us an advantage of gradually getting to the grassroots and then scaling up. So the 10% is just a start. We tend to scale from there. Yeah.
Nicer. I think I'll just elaborate further from her comments. Transaction volume, and I'm trying to choose my words very carefully because I don't think you've done your research properly, can never be based on credit, can never be based on volume, except where you are a businessman or the bank, for example, understands what you do. So they're simply doing that whether you're actually viable, lack of a better word. I can open an Enaira wallet for you today and speak to all my friends, and we all pass the transaction through there, and I get the money from you and I walk away. That's number one. Number two, who is giving the credit?
Okay, so for starters, because this is backed by CBN, we have two options. First, if CBN is not going to give the credit, they can give the credit. But secondly, it is the Enaira users. Now, we are proposing mass adoption in 2 ways. Now, because you can put your money on Enaira, and if you wish to get X amount of interest going forward, you can actually opt to give out your money as credits. Now, that's why we are trying to, as much as possible, to build it on blockchain. Now, that's future plan. But for now, it's based on whoever has access to credit to give.
Okay, to the best of my knowledge. Yeah. Unless things have changed between yesterday night and this morning. We don't pay interest. Number one. If the model is other Enaira holders will contribute to a credit to someone that you've deemed credible, that's quite a bit of work, because you're depending solely on people's perception and understanding of a model that they did not participate in creating. I don't know if that makes sense. Because if you come tell me that, I say I don't know who he is. So who's going to guarantee that my money will come back? Hopefully with interest, like you said. So technically, somebody is a bank somewhere there, and I don't know who that bank will be, because someone has to, what you've described adds up, but the complexity involved in it, I don't think you fully scoped it. Now, I think I'll just leave it at that for now. But if CBN credit, I'm not sure how that's going to work unless there's some money left in her budgets to do that, which I know she's struggling with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mustafa. You can ask your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just like my colleague just mentioned, it is not clear who will give that credit. But be that as it may, he talked about the interest rates being 5% based on the current interest rate stipulated by the CBN. I think that is too prescriptive. The current interest rate regime came about as part of the policy response to the COVID-19 situation. And for you to fix it at that, I don't think it is realistic. To what extent did you consider, the market dynamics to be able to, arrive at that? Perhaps you need to think of, a flexible arrangement such that the interest rate is anchored on a, benchmark, reference rate, for instance, so that where the market moves, the interest rate will move. But secondly, how do you intend to deal with the issue of default? Even though you talked about an inbuilt analytics capability that will be able to enable you to do credit scoring, but how do you deal with default, and how do you recover, sticky facilities, loans that you granted? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Just answered both judges. Etudo, please go ahead and ask your question. So you answer both.
Please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. From your explanation, your system is solely based on data. And if people are not transacting, you will not have the data to do your analysis. So I'm sort of skipping the part around analyzing turnover, skipping the part around analyzing income. How would you ensure that people are using the platform, the Enaira platform, so that you have the data to analyze in order to come up with a credit score to give this credit? Let's even assume you have a bank that will fund the credit and all that. How would you get people to use the platform to have the data that you need?
Okay, thank you. So I'll go with the first question. So we got a partial solution to what you just asked. How are we going to ensure or prevent defaults? So it means that we have to, from the first contribution from the first judge, we are going to go to the source to ensure, based on credit systems as it's done, we look at employers. We go to the source to actually make sure that people we are awarding credits to are actually working in particular, maybe firms or industry. We collect from the source. So we are not giving credit. We are going to tweak our model between transaction and those that are actually getting paid for or income directly from jobs or so. So looking at the source, that's one. And then secondly, the API provided, anybody that is coming on our platform, NISA, you are registering with your e-wallet and we have access to all your transactions. So the data is coming from every transaction that is happening on Enaira. So as long as you have an Enaira wallet, you have an Enaira account, you've done your KYC, and you come on NISA to access credit, we have access to all your transactions based on Enaira. So with that, we can have the data to drive our solution.
Thank you so much, Team 32. We're heading on to the next team. So we have amazing innovations here. So we're calling on Team 1 to present. Remember, 5 minutes. Judges will get 5 minutes as well. We'll start with online judges this time around, who will start asking questions, and then we'll come to physical judges here. So please, a round of applause for Team 1, guys.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I'm representing Team 1. And please, the next slide. Okay, next. Okay, now the first question is there's a problem at hand. Let me first give a background, and the background is that we're trying to position Enaira in a place whereby it is highly acceptable and reaching even the excluded citizen. We want to make Enaira accessible to the common man, even the blind will be able to transact with Enaira the deaf will transact with Enaira. Anybody, the educated, non-educated, we are trying to reach these guys because all our currency is everywhere. If our currency is everywhere, Enaira should be everywhere. That's the problem. And next slide. Next. Okay, we discover we have 80 million checking Nigeria telco base. We have almost 170 million Nigerians on the mobile network, but we have 80 million Nigerians that are excluded from smartphone. So we want to start with, we don't want to consider the 170 million, but let's start with the excluded customer, the 80 million Nigerians that don't have access to these smartphones. They're not tech savvy. Then what do? What are we bringing on board? So what we're bringing on board is, so that we make life easy for them, let them just transact Enaira on USSD. So the question is, how are they going to transact? How are they going to be able to register? So please, the next slide. So their registration will be seamless. So they don't need to stress themselves. And what they only need to do, I think, so their registration will be seamless because they only need to provide a means of identification, either their NIN or their BVN. If they have a BVN, they use that to set up. Or if they have their NIN, they can register with that. So it's possible you're unbanked and you're coming, you want to, if you don't have a BVN and say, okay, I'm still part of the 38 million unbanked customer, but you have an NIN, at least you can verify that you're a citizen of this country. Automatically, you can be enlisted and you can sign up, and we do every other thing for you. Just in less than 5 seconds, you are there. So, and one of the things the solution is bringing is that it's going to expand the Enaira base. So we know we are tending towards making sure Enaira is in the hand of the common man. The next one. Next slide. Next. So this is how the solution works. So all you need to do is to sign up. Just dial a code. *997*1 and your NIN. Automatically, we go into NIN database, we fetch your information, we use that information to create a digital wallet for you because we are having an handshake with other APIs, other data sources. After doing that, you want to fund your account, you can, because at the point of opening an account, we're also creating a digital wallet for you, and you can fund directly from your bank. Just say *9, just like the bank code, and you put the amount. Your phone number is a digital wallet. So you don't need to stress yourself, what is my Enaira wallet account? The back end is the Enaira, but we are still making use of what you currently have access to. You create a transaction PIN because at every transaction you need to authenticate it, and still on the platform integrating with other data sources, you have access to recharge your phone directly from your Enaira wallet. You don't need to be banked. You don't need to be you don't need to have a bank account. So this is also going to take care of the financially excluded customers, those 38 million, which we believe is a subset of the 80 million customers that are not having smartphone. And from the platform, we have the loan portal. You can access loan because you'll be pre-profiled. Now this is your spending. Yeah, some AI will be going on the background to just make sure you are eligible for loan. The next slide. The next slide, please. Okay, so the market size. So I said earlier that we are not taking care of the 170 million or probably the 90 million subscribers, though all of them can benefit. This solution can be integrated on either smart device or USSD, but we are taking care of the 80 million Nigerians that don't have access to smartphones, that are tech excluded. And also, so we are bounded below by the 38 million and above by the 80 million. So those are our target customers. We hope that reaching these guys is going to influence the penetration of Enaira. Next slide. Okay, the tech we used in building these applications, we use React.js and Redux. Next slide. Okay, our team, next. Okay, demo. So now, okay, demo, please, you can just click the link. Yeah, just click NWOC, control click. Control click. Okay, thank you. Okay, so you're going to see Yeah, it's a very simple thing. So it's not a complex architecture. It's simple because those people that our target customers are people that don't go to school. So that's why we are making it very simple. Okay. Okay. No, okay, go down. Okay, so this is how the platform looks like. So from, you just need to dial a code, and if you're authenticating with BVN, so but please let me just input the BVN, and click BVN and click a customer, because you can enroll via, you can even enroll as a merchant, even if you're a merchant, still using the code. The only, when you are enrolling as a merchant, we just go to the back end, verify your TIN, just give us your TIN, and you're there. Okay. The challenge could be because of the API. So I would have loved for you to see what would have been displayed is the customer information. And for instance, if a customer is not having, when you input a BVN or probably your identification, if you don't have one, it asks you, it goes to the e-wallet database to check, do you have an existing account? If no, it asks you, are you going to create one? If yes, then automatically, you just need yes, you just need your concession, and you say yes, and the model create at the back end the Enaira wallet for you, and you set up your PIN. From there, you can start transacting. So we have some list of transacting code that you'll be using to transact, for transfer, for top up. We have menus, and in the future, we are planning to even use voice call, so you can just dial our code, and at the back end, you hear a voice prompt speaking in your language. Yoruba. Press 1. You just say yes, and you're there. So making Enaira accessible to everyone. Thank you.
We're going to go to Judges Online. Do you have any question? Okay, Mr. Mustafa, any question?
I don't think I have a question per se, but I heard him say for folks that don't have any prior BVN registration or NIN, they could just go and interface with the solution, and then they will be created. But how does that? How does it deal with the issue of KYC at that point for those category of customers?
Okay, customers.
Or someone starting for the first time.
Yeah, starting for the first time, at least we need to validate you are a citizen of Nigeria, and the least document you need to provide is your NIN. So that is the minimum requirement needed for this. So if you don't have NIN, because the KYC is done, we are leveraging the KYC done by NIN and BVN. So we are expecting you to help us to register at least on NIN or BVN platform before you can access it. So that's the limitation on the customer's hand. So we only encourage them to go and sign up on either NIN or BVN. Thank you.
No, I heard you say, if the question is, do you have a NIN? The answer is no. Do you have BVN? No. Do you want to enroll? Yes. And then it will now prompt you, and then of course, like you said, it can be multilingual, whether Yoruba, Hausa, or whatever. So at that point, the customer did not have BVN or NIN. And I'm asking, how do you deal with the issue of KYC at that point? Unless maybe I got you wrong.
Okay, yeah, probably because we don't have access to onboard any customer. We don't have the NIN registration API. If we do, it's just something we integrate on the application.
Okay. Thank you.
They can't.
Please.
They can't.
Okay, just to build on that same question, you mentioned that whether unbanked or banked. Let me now put emphasis on unbanked. So I expect that if you're unbanked, you don't have a bank account, so close of a BVN. And of course, a question has been asked around user verification. How do you know that the person who is transacting on that USSD, for instance, on the mobile, is the person, the right person with the owner of the line, right? user verification, which is key to security. So you don't answer that question.
Okay, user verification on the platform. So now, anytime you are initiating a transaction through USSD, what it checks is, it checks the number initiating that transaction, one. So that name, that number, we send that number to the backend to validate. So the number becomes a secondary key at the backend to verify the user identity. So now, if you can't create, we are verifying with your number, the number on your BVN or your NIN we serve. You can't pick anybody BVN on another phone. It won't go through because we need to match the two.
We are talking about you don't have an account.
Okay.
You have BVN, so let's leave BVN out.
Okay.
What data are you verifying the phone number?
NIN.
So invariably, whether you are banked or unbanked, your verification is NIN.
Yes.
NIN is compulsory on your platform.
Yes.
Thank you. I think you need to do a bit more work on your verification. But if I missed it, please correct me. I think I heard you say that even if you don't have a bank account, you can open a wallet, right?
Yes.
Okay. You haven't spoken. When you then open the wallet, how do you fund the wallet?
Okay. So now, at the point of opening the wallet, the same way these tech companies or fintechs will use your phone number, truncating the last 10, just picking the last 10, to open a digital virtual account for you.
Where?
Or probably partnering with a third party or company or probably bank that can easily, I learned this, when you want to top up your Cowrie card, for instance, this Lagos State, there's a digital, your number is created on Wema Bank, and you can use that to fund. So automatically, a virtual digital wallet is created for you. So we'll be creating something like a virtual and probably a temp virtual account for you that you don't need to struggle around.
How do you fund it?
How do you fund it? So your phone number becomes your virtual account number. So if anybody wants to fund you, send money to you, and you just say, okay.
No, they want us, no.
Okay.
Let's just be, because we already know how mature the platform is. So transferring peer-to-peer is not an issue.
Okay.
The issue here is just where I'm not criticizing, because this is a good way to increase onboarding. So I'm very much interested in it. Where I'm asking is, he doesn't have an account. Okay. He doesn't know anybody that's going to transfer to him for whatever reason.
Okay.
He has money in his pocket.
Okay.
How does he move the money from his pocket into his Enaira wallet?
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, so we are thinking about the merchant end. So a customer, when you want to save your account, you see all these POS agents. So you can go to a POS agent and convert your physical cash into a digital cash. So, and then we assume that your number, so when they want to scroll, they will ask you, is it an Enaira account, a virtual account, and they select yes. But keeping in mind, you can go to any POS agent and deposit directly physically.
Now you've come back to what we have. As I mentioned, it's already a fairly mature, call it part of the agency banking arrangement. So what I'll be hoping from your product is that you stretch it properly.
Okay.
Because you've skirted the key areas that are non-existent at the moment, and that's part of why we're here, to see if there are other ways to that last mile of moving the money from my pocket, and I don't have a bank account, and for some reason I don't want to have a bank account.
Okay.
Then to get into the Enaira wallet, so I can do whatever I want to do with it. So my suggestion is just look into that area, just describing it now, but I can assure you there's quite a bit of work that that aspect of the agent taking money from someone that doesn't have an account is still an area that has issues of KYC, because you don't know who he is. All you have is just a name. Because at some point there are money laundering issues around it. Although there are safeguards in the Enaira wallet about the limit and the rest of them, but the whole idea is that we are trying very much to don't have gaps in the process for people to go in and suddenly become a tier 1 or a tier 3 customer that has unlimited volume of money going through, and then at some point it becomes a problem down the line. Is that okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Some of the questions I wanted to ask have been asked already, so that helps. So thank you for coming up with the ideas. So the first thing I want to bring out is the fact that this is built, on NIM. I like that fact because it helps people who are not already banked to have an opportunity. But also, when you were explaining that, you did mention that this is available for citizens of Nigeria. But are you aware that NIM is not just for citizens of Nigeria, and that legal residents also have NIM? So I want you to think around that. Are you targeting just citizens or citizens and legal residents? And if it's just citizens, then you have to think around how do you ensure that the process is able to verify or differentiate between citizens and legal residents. Yeah, so that's my number one. I don't know whether I should call it a question or just a comment. Then the second thing I want to ask you is, if you were going to summarize the solution, how would you summarize it? What exactly is your end goal?
Okay. Our end goal is to make Enaira accessible by all legal, like you said, legal and citizen of the country, regardless of race, education background, making Enaira accessible in the hand of the common man.
Okay, so thank you for that. I just wanted to get that right. It's great because I think that's why you like it, because it kind of helped to drive the Enaira adoption. Thank you.
Thank you.
Team 1, a round of applause for Team 1. So moving on to the next team, Team 56. A round of applause for Team 56. A reminder again, 5 minutes to present, a grace of 1 minute, and then judges will ask you questions for a total of 8 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdulaziz, and I'm the product manager for Super Wallet. Next slide. If we are aware about the challenges relating to cross-border payments, you discover that there's high cost of processing payments in and out of Africa. And aside from that, you have challenges of transactions taking days to complete. The reliability of the existing payment infrastructure are not there yet. And if you look at the high cost of processing payments, and the lack of adequate FX liquidity, those are, critical challenges that affect cross-border payment trade and, transfers. Next slide. And looking at the market reality, we have 1.3 billion people that are transacting across 55 countries. 1,000 bank accounts, banks, and 171 MMOs with 12 card networks. Most of them are not, interoperable. They are not connected. And you have challenges of having 80% of African cross-border payments, routed offshore outside the continent. This is to let you know the potential of the problem with the consumer spending worth of $4 trillion. And here we introduce to you Super Wallet. Super Wallet aims to be a unified payment system, digital wallet that can help his cross-border payment, trade, transfers globally. Next slide. I will believe this with the feature interconnectivity of different wallets, in multiple currencies. You're able to send and request money across border easily. Merchants are also able to receive payments, for trade across different countries. And they can also facilitate exchange. This is the aim, of Super Wallet, a unified wallet platform. Next slide, please. This is how it works. To get onboarded, we have 3 categories of users. We have the individuals who can be banked or unbanked. We have the merchants. We have the agents. They visit superwallet.ng. You are able to verify your KYC basically across different users. We have different KYC mode. After your KYC have been approved, you are able to start transacting across different currencies. Next slide. This is the workflow. Like I said, you sign up, you have your KYC approved, you have access to fund your wallet across different payment gateways. We have aggregated different gateways, and we believe Enaira can also be, can play a, pivotal role, great role in enhancing this. Next slide. If you look at it, we'll have different value proposition. There are a lot of competitors few competitors in the space. We have Bridge Money, we have Clasher. So what we're doing differently is it's going to be an all-inclusive wallet system supported with multiple currencies, multiple payment gateways, which Enaira will also be adopted with multiple languages and across different channels. Users, agents, merchants, QR code, APIs for merchants to receive payments with different security layers. Next slide. We're a team of experienced and passionate within the fintech ecosystem, cross-board, based on different layer, and we believe we're actually very, very smart enough to actually handle this product to scale. Next slide. The product is being developed with Laravel framework. The back end will have MySQL, the database, and the front end, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We also leverage the APIs of Enaira, particularly to facilitate payments from wallet, peer-to-peer, and also for merchants, the onboarding of merchants and customers. And we'll also be able to use agile framework for us to build this product. We are very agile friendly. Next slide. So we believe this super wallet aims to be an all-inclusive wallet system with the importance and greatness of NIPS in terms of aggregating different payments ecosystem. And we see the potential of PAPS, Pan-African payment settlement system, which the CBN is also a member with other central banks. We hope that with the African Free Continental Trade Area, this project with Enaira adoption will be able to lift 30 million people out of poverty and also raise income of 68 million others who live less than $5 per day. And we hope that this is a great impact it will have on digital financial inclusion for everyone across Africa. Thank you very much. We can actually look at the demo, which is going to be shown as we respond to questions. Please, go ahead.
Can we ask questions now?
Yes, go ahead, please. This is a platform. We'll have the user. To sign up, you can actually sign up as a company or as an individual user.
Okay,
so,
Abdulaziz, yeah?
Yes, please.
Okay, cross-border payments, again, is an area that we're very much interested in. And I don't see yet what you're selling to me from the perspective of the add-ons that we want on the platform. Is it that I can have a wallet and in the wallet I can have sub-wallets of different currencies? Because I still haven't seen how that payment actually is supposed to work, because conceptually CBDC A can speak to CBDC B provided they have the existing protocols. Under the IMTO window, which not necessarily for cross-border trade but facilitating remittances, we know there are still some gray areas that are still being sorted, and all solutions on the table are welcome. But I'm not any more informed from your presentation on how I can, from a policy perspective, because I'm a policy person, and say, based on your presentation, I can have a clear picture of how to navigate to craft a policy that will support participants or operators or whatever it is that comes in that space, so that we can enhance the adoption and achieve this particular outcome. Maybe other people got it, but yes. I think.
Thank you very much. I think, in a bit to clarify the value proposition of this to the existing, solutions that are out there. So it aims to be, a wallet system that actually, it's being powered with different currencies. That's number one. And we also have support for different payment gateways. For instance, I'm in Kenya, you are in Ghana, you want to actually transact. You want to fund the wallet. It's easy for you to actually leverage the payment system within your locality to fund it. And where Enaira is actually coming in here is to actually leverage the potential of being a CBDC.
Okay, let me help you.
Yeah.
You're in Kenya. You're not in Nigeria. Because this is pure business.
Yes.
Right. I have an Enaira wallet, and I have, like you said, it's multiple currency driven. So I have $1, I have Kenya shillings.
Yes.
How do I pay you?
So with the potential of the super wallets innovation, you are able to swap the currency.
Through who? Who facilitates that?
We have different payment gateways that have been supported with the platform. So for instance, if we have, working with some licensed, IMTOs, for instance.
IMTOs only do. I don't think they do. IMTOs don't do outward, do they? They do inward. It's primarily inward.
We can also work with BDCs.
BDCs are retail based, local. Anyone doing anything internationally is undertaking illegal business. Sorry, don't misunderstand. You see, yes. There's a reason why we are doing this.
Sure.
Unfortunately, because I'm on the technical committee from conception, there are a lot of things that we have. But yet there are some things we want to do conceptually, but we're unsure how to do it technologically, because that's really what it's all about.
Yes.
So I'm really interested in this because the gaps and the question I'm asking are those small connecting dots that are not obvious. So Kenya shillings, you want to be paid in Kenya shillings.
Yes.
I happen to have Kenya shillings wallet. For whatever reason it's allowed, you can have other currencies in your DOM account. So you can, assuming that's now allowed. So is it that I have to now go through a bank to get across to you, which is similar to what already happens, and there are charges that go there, so it's not any cheaper through the Enaira, because one of the key things about the Enaira platform is that it's going to be cheaper for you.
Yes.
So the value proposition, I suggest, I don't know how, because if I will tell you straight away.
With the advent of PAPs will also facilitate the ecosystem, to ease the payments, and cross-border transactions easily.
Yep. Okay. No, because it's an area, it's a foreign exchange area. It's not particularly my forte, but yes. I am still conceptually trying to see how that works. Because the counterparty gets value, who facilitates the value, and I assume nobody holds the value in between. Now, assuming I have dollars and you need Kenyan shillings, there's now an exchange rate issue. So the simple one was I have. So if there's an exchange rate aspect, the payment gateway simply facilitates a transfer. It does not determine the rate at which A becomes B at the other end. So who deals with that aspect at lower cost?
Enaira.
You remember conceptually the wallet is Naira. So
yes.
that we're actually allowing the conversation that you're holding another currency within an Enaira wallet is a misnomer. But conceptually it shouldn't happen. But we're saying if you're moving from Naira to a second currency, there's an exchange rate component. Who deals with that? How's the mechanism? How is it cheaper? How is it faster? And all the complexities around telex transfers, how you can unwind or unbundle all those things. Those actually, if you get from my perspective.
Okay. We'll actually look at how we can actually scale this through. This is still, we're open to working with different partners. As we speak, currently we aggregated different payment gateways that are supported with different African countries. And we believe if there are areas for us to swap currencies and the regulatory aspect, I think it's nice for us to work with those licensed entities that can actually, simplify and reduce the cost of, making the exchange possible. But we're open for, any, further developments that we can get or support.
All right. I was not going to ask a question initially, but then I think when he was speaking, something dropped, and I feel like I should ask you. So this super wallet, which is supposed to be a unified payment system, so I was thinking as you were trying to respond to him that I think for the Enaira, one major challenge with the Enaira now is adoption, acceptability among the populace. So coming up with this big idea of using your solution to his transborder payment system globally. Number one question is, how does that help to drive the adoption of Enaira locally? And if the idea is that the potential of being able to achieve or his transborder payment would encourage more people to want to get on board with the Enaira, if that's the assumption, then the question that will follow from that for me is that how does it drive the objective of inclusion? But because I think that's something that is key from a policy maker perspective is how to bring more people on board, especially the unbanked. So how does this kind of promote that objective?
Yeah, thank you very much. If you look at it very well, we have another layer, which is the agent. So we plan to also scale this using agent networks. Most of these agent networks will be able to onboard these users with the integration of Enaira on the platform, with the basic KYC. They're able to onboard these customers. And we're also looking at if the adoption of Enaira with the APIs available in terms of the USSD, we're able to also drive that so that via self-service, these customers can also onboard on the platform and have access to the wallet service. So, and I also hope that with the merchants that are also using it to receive payments, whether online or offline, so they are also able to onboard, these customers at different channels.
Thank you very much, judges, and thank you, Team 56. We'll be moving on to the next team. Thank you very much. So calling on Team 26. A round of applause for Team 56, guys. Thank you very much. Love your innovation. Calling on Team 26. Please remember you have 5 minutes to present, a grace of another minute, and just ask a question for a total of 8 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Please, can we have this slide? Good morning, judges. Thanks for the opportunity. Good morning, everyone. Okay, the problem is how Enaira can facilitate payment for lifestyle services and reduce the cost of interbank transfer. Next slide, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next. Oh, okay. All right. The problem is this: we want to make Enaira as the best option for payment system. So statistically, we observe that we have 122 million bank customers who make use of bank applications. We also have customers for MMOs and the PTSP. So the common ways to pay in stores and restaurant market in Nigeria is cash. We notice that if you go to the market now, they'll tell you, I don't want to transfer. Some of them, they look at they've had a bitter experience of fake transfer. They've had a bitter experience of settlement issue. So we're looking at how Enaira will be able to solve those problems. We're also looking at how Enaira will be able to help in driving financial literacy. We're also looking at how Enaira will help to also protect data of the users. So we're also looking at the infrastructures. Now, next one. So, what are the market needs? The market needs are as follows. They need data privacy protection approach, security of the payment application. They need good infrastructure. They also need user-friendly application. Also, quick resolution to chargeback disputes. Our target markets are the unbanked and the banked society. For the unbanked society, we approximately we look at Nigeria population is 200 million, and then for the unbanked society, we have 35% of unbanked society in Nigeria, while we have 65 banked customer or users. So for us, please go back. Hello, can you go back? So for us, what we intend to do is for the unbanked society, we try to introduce introduce USSD code, where you can you don't need to have an account with the bank, or you don't need to have a BVN, or you need to have either you have BVN or you have NIN. We can onboard you either BVN or NIN. So for the bank society, the public or customers, we are looking at payment solution where you can dial a code and use your recharge card to fund your wallet once you have been onboarded. We're also looking at using a voucher to fund your wallet, because some of my colleagues have spoken so far that there's this particular on how to fund USSD wallet. So what we are depending on is we are depending on voucher, where will be distributed across the networks. We're also looking at you can credit your account, your mobile number, your MTN, your Airtel, your Glo, whereas there's a code we will synchronize with the vending unit of the telcos, where you can adapt and then change. You can automatically fund your e-wallet. So for us, we will be able to look at the approach to the cities, the retailers in the cities. We found out that some of them don't have QR code, where you can just swipe your payment system and then you make payments. You pay for goods and services. So what we are going to introduce, we are introducing the QR code on stores, because mostly if you go to stores in Nigeria, especially the especially the cities, especially in the market or Igbo market, if you're trying to make payments, nobody is listening to you if you're saying you want to transfer. Some of them will say, I don't want transfer, I want my cash. So what we are looking at is we are looking at a QR code where you just synchronize and then you scan the barcode and you make payment, and then the fund eats your e-wallet that you have with us. So it's going to come, our product and service is going to come in form of deposit, withdrawal, transfer, online payment, QR code, bills payments, school fees payments, and airtime and data subscription. Next slide. So in the last quarter of 2021, transaction volume payments on e-payment is 458 million naira. That means there's a lot going on in that sector. So what we try to achieve is to look at solution where customers don't need to have a bank account before you can transact. Next one. So our value proposition and benefits. TransPay will provide a top-notch, secured, fast, reliable, and simple financial application that will take care of your electronic payment lifestyles in stratas of the society, the rural area dwellers, the urban area dwellers, the young and the aged, the illiterate and the literate. We also provide a unique way to make payment for bills, fund transfer, USSD code, QR code for retail stores and markets. Next one. Next one, please. So why TransPay? We will be deliberate in our approach to improve payment lifestyles and the reduction of interbank charges. Our application will appeal to the users of phones without internet banking, internet services through the USSD code. So also the user with internet-enabled phone will download on our secured application. We will protect your data, seamless bill payments. Our efficient and stress-free QR code will help the SMEs business to be able to provide alternative payments to customers. We will only charge you on a transaction base. We also talk about interbank reduction on interbank charges. For example, if I'm a current account holder, the bank will charge me for COT if I initiate any transaction. The bank will charge me for AMF. The bank will charge me for account maintenance fee. So with Enaira, your wallet, if you load your wallet, we won't charge you for anything except apart from you make transfer. So that will take care of interbank charges. I don't know if you. So what we are saying is that.
Thank you very much. We'll start with the questions from judges online. Mr. Mustafa, do you have any question?
So this time.
Any questions for the participants?
None at the moment.
Okay, so we will go to judges physically here. Please go ahead.
All right. My question is around the choice of your name. TransPay. Are you aware that there's an existing company named TransPay?
It's just for this purpose.
Okay. All right.
So your problem statement is using Enaira to pay for lifestyle services. Okay. You haven't addressed that.
Okay. Well, when we talk about lifestyle, we talk about behavior of the people, how the people make transfers, make the mode of transaction. Transfer people adopt. So we want to use Enaira to enhance lifestyle in such a way that you don't need to go to the bank. You can do your transaction seamlessly on the phone. You can also make use of the web to do transfer. So we are not looking at the bottleneck of going to the bank, transferring money from one place to another. So.
Today, banks answer that question with USSD and their different mobile apps.
But with for the
lifestyle, okay, as it is being said, there is people adopting Enaira as the means for paying for electricity token, laundry services at the toll gate. You haven't addressed that here.
Okay, for lifestyle, we are looking at seamless payment method. Prior before now, if you're using the bank app, they ask you for your you enter your account number, you then click on what you're paying for, and that's all. But for our home products, what we're looking at is as long as your wallet is pre-funded and loaded, you can as well use ordinary phone number to do your transfer.
Okay, sorry, what's the name again?
Matthew.
Matt. It seems more of an advocacy sensitization pitch than a technology one. You're speaking to all the attributes, but it's a bit sketchy on what your product will do. Faster, cheaper, increase adoption, and maybe like medical. At the moment, the effort on onboarding is on merchants, and some of those merchants need some reconfiguration of their infrastructure, even to generate the QR code, and the internal accounting that needs to happen, and the rest, which are all being addressed, which again is technology driven. Then you mentioned the aspect of the bank account and the charges that happen there. How the money gets into the wallet itself, if it's coming from a bank account, you'll be charged for it. because it's a transfer out of the bank to some other platform. But money sitting in your account sits in your account, and money sits in your wallet, But over and above adoption, there's the aspect of actually transacting, or like cross-border, or whatever it is that increases. That in itself is a self-regenerating adoption, because as more people do and transact, more people then come to the platform and the rest of them. I don't know if because most of what you said, we're fairly quite mature what we've done so far. So we're not really looking at what do you call it, the rudiments. I think we're looking at the extra add-ons.
Okay.
Add-ons.
Okay. For the
unless maybe your presentation was not speaking to it, and maybe you have it more.
Okay.
The thought process than
let me
what
do,
you
let me do the talking. Okay.
But I don't know how much time you have.
Okay, just 1 minute. We're talking about payment system where let's take a look at USSD code. You know, you're talking about reduction in interbank charges. That means you have to move your money from bank A to your wallet. Well, we are not saying that. What we are saying is that you can load your airtime, and there's a way we will do it. We'll synchronize with the fintech, with the telcos. Then that can, metamorphosize into your crediting your Enaira.
Just to understand again, because I'm interested in. Sorry, I apologize. Because all we're looking for is how to expand adoption. The telco, what it should do when you give it money is to give you airtime or data.
Yes.
So are we saying that you transfer 1,000 to a telco and instruct the telco to give you airtime for 800 naira, and 200 naira should go into your Enaira wallet?
You can do that.
Are telcos allowed to do that? No, I'm just asking. It's a rhetorical question. Because for you to do that within our regulatory space, whether NCC or CBN, you become a payment service provider.
Okay.
It's a regulated activity. Now, whether the NCC will allow and whether we will permit a telco to allow passage of money through their system that we don't have oversight over in case there's a problem. Because most of this regulatory thing is when there's a problem, who do you go to? If I don't regulate you, I cannot tell you what happened to the money somebody gave you. That's really why the dispute resolution works. And that's why they're saying if you're doing XYZ, you are regulated by ABC. So for a while, we did not allow telcos to undertake any form of banking activity until we're able to have a clear view on our payment service banks that they actually have to be a subsidiary of the telco and not the telco itself. So that way we'll have full, because it's for your own good as well, so that the day something goes wrong, we know we can. Yes.
Also, we can also use e-wallet.
Let us assume you're able to connect with the PSB versions or the PSB subsidiaries of the telcos.
Okay.
I can promise you that it is at a charge. Because they are in business.
Yes, they are in business.
It's going to be at a charge because they're going to do an exchange for you.
Yes.
So it is going to be at a charge.
Okay. But the charge is not going to be like interbank transfers.
We don't know.
It's going to be subsidized. That's
How?
what it's going to be subsidized.
By who? How?
It has to do with the memo you signed with the fintech or the telcos. It's going to be. Then another option is we will create voucher. We'll distribute it along the agent lines.
Who funds the voucher?
It's a voucher that is preloaded.
By who?
We do that.
No, I know you do. Don't misunderstand. Sorry, from a regulatory perspective, we don't do things by chance. So we don't do things because it looks great and looks nice. Preload, we understand what you mean. The issue is this: who is providing that value that is transformed into the voucher for you to be able to do ABC? Somebody has to fund it.
Okay.
Because if, for example, it's a voucher that I have cash in my pocket and then I can use it to buy a voucher, and that voucher I can then use it to actually load my wallet, if that's what you're referring to,
yes,
straight up, who provides the voucher, the security and all the rest of them? Okay, just again, we probably have it all in your head, but your presentation did not speak to it.
Okay. For that, we can actually partner with the Intersfish of this world, where they can help us to get a voucher. We can actually partner with them and prep a voucher, where we need to have a super wallet account with a preloaded account.
But you don't need to switch. It's not allowed to hold value. I'm just telling you, no, so that you payment service providers don't hold value, they facilitate payments. Banks are allowed to hold value. Mobile money operators are allowed to hold value. Every other person facilitates A to B or A to whatever.
Anyway,
okay.
We can also leverage on the MMOs as regards to the preloaded voucher. That will help, funding the wallet. Because the most important thing that people have not mentioned, how to fund the wallet. We are looking at reduction of cost. We are looking at reduction of interbank cost. Because I've heard my colleagues speaking, they talk about, nobody has ever mentioned how do you fund your e-wallet. Where are you moving the money from?
Please wrap up. The next team is presenting shortly. Thank you.
Okay. What we are looking at is we are just looking at options. That you can fund your e-wallet through a voucher. You can, since it has explained that there is no room for what's it called telcos to convert what's it called to cash. We will look at other options, but we are trying to see where we can, a payment system where you don't need to rely on a bank system before you can adopt and then improve lifestyles.
Thank you. A round of applause for Team 26. So we're going to the teams online now. We're calling on Team 94. Matthew, a round of applause for Team 94 as they come on. So Matthew, you can unmute yourself and make your presentation. You have 5 minutes to present, and the grace of a minute, and the judges would ask questions for 8 minutes. Thank you. Matthew, if you're speaking, you're mute, and we cannot hear you. Team 94, if you're ready, please go ahead and present.
Perhaps we can move to another team.
Yes, Team 80, please go ahead and present. You can share your screen.
All right, good morning, everybody. Please, I hope my time is going to start when I start sharing my screen. I'm about to do that now.
Yes, it will.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
You can see your screen. Your time starts now.
Okay, so good day, everybody. This is the presentation for Team 80. Alright, so level of content is very straightforward: the problem, the solution, the product overview, and then the market size. Then introduction. All right, this is just a simple introduction of what the Enaira is. All right, is the central bank digital currency, the digital currency for Nigeria. All right, so let's go straight to the problem. Now, what's the problem we're trying to solve? All right, the problem is how Enaira can help facilitate cross-border trades, cross-border trades and transfer. And yes, I think 1056 also had the same problem statement. So, what impact cross-border trade have a huge on the economy, and due to the fact that cross-border trades in Nigeria and Africa low, I think faster and cheaper ones is going to help grow the economy better. All right, so the same problem continues. What are the problem? What are the pain points of our customers? All right, what are the current pain points? Now, OPEX structure. When I talk about OPEX, I mean not being transparent. Okay, now relatively high cost of transactions, the sluggish transactional speed, and then security issues. Okay, then these are the pain points. Then what do the market need? The market needs a cross-border cash transfer method that is safe, quick, affordable, transparent, and effective. Right, that is what the market needs. So coming currently now, what is the current solution? Like what is currently working? So now traditional cross-border companies like Western Union, Paystack, PayPal are what is working right now. All right, that is what the solution is currently. And what are the flaws? Where are these current solutions doing it wrong? All right, and that is there's a number of middlemen involved, and because of that, the cost of transaction is very high and the speed is also slow, and there are many more. All right, so our solution now introducing our solution, it is called the Enaira exchange. All right, and instant money transfers across the board. All right, ENEX Enaira exchange. That is what we call it. All right, so then the value proposition, we are promising instant, cheap and secure means of doing cross-border transfers by using Enaira. All right, in simple terms, okay, we are the Western Union. You know the way Western Union functions right now. All right, we're the Western Union of digital currencies. We're the Western Union of CBDCs. That's what I want you to have at the back of your mind. Okay, so that is what we want to do. So solution and continued relevance. In NX, in this our solution, we eliminated middlemen and other third parties, making it instantaneous, cheap, transparent, secure, and easy. Okay, the solution continued differentiation. What differentiates us from the rest? Okay, we are working on this, and that stuff is based on the blockchain. So therefore, we are eliminating all middlemen, as I said, instead of repeating the same thing. I say low transfer fees, super secure, due to the fact it's been on a blockchain, instant transactions, emphasis on the instant, and then enticing exchange rates, because it's not just going to be. Let me just leave it at that. Then case study, examples of where our solutions can be used. Okay, by purchasing goods internationally, sending money to a friend or relative in diaspora, or vice versa. All right, paying employees who work remotely. Okay, foreign direct investment to startups in Nigeria. These are different case studies, and then there's also another opportunity for formal channels to be used for cross-border trades. Then the product overview, NX in details. All right, so product overview, cross-border transactions at the speed of light. NX processes cross-border transactions using Enaira securely and at a crazy cheap rate. Okay, so partnerships. For NX to work, there has to be partnerships that are in place. Okay, for every country that is supported by the NX platform, we need to have an agreement with local banks, which entails them having an Enaira wallet and us having an account with them. All right, these are essential partnerships for this product to work. And then each local bank's role now is basically currency exchange. Okay, they have to convert money from their local currency to the equivalent value in Naira, and also Enaira to their local currency using the exchange rate at the particular time of the transaction. All right, so yes, we are going to have a medium that's going to set the exchange rate for the time of transaction. So how NX works now, there are two instances to a cross-border transaction, either ingoing or outgoing, either coming in or outgoing. Yeah, incoming or outgoing. Let me not start. All right, so for incoming transactions, okay, you put in the sender's details. That means this transaction, whoever is facilitating this transaction is not in Nigeria. All right, so the sender puts in his details, and then he puts in the Enaira wallet alias of the beneficiary. Now, confirm transaction details and see the equivalent amount, and then the money is sent. All right, that is how it works. Now, behind the scenes of incoming transactions, all right, money moves from the sender's bank account to NX's local account in that country. All right, so yes, the money has to go somewhere. So when he facilitates the transfer, it goes to the local account that MX has in that country, and immediately the bank receives the money. The equivalent cash amount is transferred from the bank's Enaira wallet to the beneficiary, and then the same thing for outgoing. For outgoing transfer,
You've exceeded 5
the sender
minutes.
is
You have
in
a grace
Nigeria.
of 1 minute left.
All right, the sender is in Nigeria, and then he sends he puts in his e-wallet alias, puts in details, and then confirms transaction, and same thing does behind the scenes. So our total addressable market is for this cross-border trade is now around 3.5 billion. Serviceable available market for Nigeria is 19.2 billion, and then our obtainable market, we are trying to just take 10% of Nigeria's share for a start. All right, then revenues too, due to the fact that we're promising cheaper by taking just 2% service charge for merchants, 1% service charge for individual wallets, and 0.57 charge for agents. Yes, agents that are going to use this platform. So that is okay. So the team were not. So let me not go there. Let me not waste my time. And then tech stack, front end, back end. Front end is going to be React. Back end is going to be Node. The demo link is here. And thank you. Questions, please.
Thank you. Please run us through your demos, and the judges will ask you questions based on that. And judges have 8 minutes, which will start immediately after your demo.
Okay, so the demo is just alright. Let me run through the demo. Can you see my screen? You can see it, right?
We can see your screen, but not the demo.
Okay, but not the demo. Okay, I think I just shared a single. So let me share the entire screen. I hope you can see it now.
Yes, we can.
Alright, so this is just basically you log in to the platform. I'm using demo content now. Alright, so you log in, okay, and then I said that there are two ways of doing this. Either you are sending money from Nigeria outside, or you're sending money from outside to Nigeria. So if you're outside and you're sending money, that means you're going to click, where do you want to send money to? You want to send money to Nigeria, okay, so you click on Nigeria. Now, as I said, each bank, what was I saying? Yeah, each country that is supported on the NX platform, we are going to have an account with them. So let's say the residence country is Ghana. All right, I'm going to use Ghana for all these tests, and he wants to send, let's say, 2,000 Ghana cedis to somebody here in Nigeria. Okay, then he picks his bank. Okay, let's say Bank of Accra. Okay, he picks his bank, then puts in his account number 123456789 then puts in the description, let's say test. Okay, and then next. All right, the API is due to the fact that we have an agreement with the bank. The API fetches this sender's details, and then the e-wallet alias of the receiver, he puts in the e-wallet alias, and then the API also fetches the details of the receiver. All right, so I click on next, and then okay, sorry, this is the bug. Okay, so from this is the person's name. Okay, from the person's name, the country is supposed to be I don't know why it's not there. Sorry. Then account number. Okay, the account number of the person, the Bank of Accra, the amount. This is the amount, the equivalent amount. That is, it has done the transaction. It has looked at the exchange rate that is currently working, and then this is the equivalent amount in Nigeria. This is just a test. Just don't mind the number. Okay, then the transaction fee. As I said, 1% for if you are sending to if it is 1% for individual wallets, 1% for 2% for merchants wallets. All right, so 0.10 naira. I'm just giving an example. Description test. Now this is the receiver's this details. Now you compare it with the name. All right, the Enaira wallet alias, the wallet address, and then you put in your 4 digits pin onto, let's say this, to confirm your transaction, and it's a success. All right, now for the other way around, let me go back and just log in.
Hold on, I guess the reverse will just be switching the.
Yeah.
So it's
exactly.
No problem.
Exactly.
We'll get the idea. Just a suggestion. It's not always a good idea to put up prices when you are trying to pitch a product. But so even when you mentioned your 2% here, 1% there, 1% there, you're already more expensive than a regular bank before even I know whether I want to use your product or not. Just feedback. Okay? First sell the product, then you can determine price in our commercials. That's where at least you have the person's interest first. But beyond all that, Now, I don't know whether your role here is an IMTO role or whether it's a pure technology product. The fetching of the, assuming it's coming into Nigeria and you're fetching the person's Enaira wallet details, where do you fetch it from? Is it from the bank or do you validate it against the platform, meaning that you have access to the platform to validate that is correct, or is it through the bank? That's my first question. That's the technology itself, not the not the vehicle. Okay. Now, the exchange rate aspect of it. How do you deliver the Enaira? Because someone has to have the Enaira at this end already in place to be able to conclude and transact immediately. Meaning, if it's the bank that is concluding the transaction for you, the bank already has a pool of Enaira or has access to buy Enaira instantly, or to procure or to get instantly to be able to deliver credit a wallet immediately. Who in the participants provides that assurance of delivery?
Are you there?
Okay, can you hear me? Sorry, I didn't know I was muted. Okay, so starting from your first question, as I said, this is Enaira Exchange, okay, and we're giving the Enaira APIs to work with. All right, so the moment you put the recipient, I mean the Enaira alias of whether the sender or the receiver, okay, the API fetches the details of the person. It is just on the platform. It is in the technology. It is in the backend. Okay, that is for getting the details of the person using the Enaira wallet alias. Okay, then secondly, who does this? Now, as I said, the bank, we're going to have an agreement. The bank, the local bank in whichever country is going to have an Enaira wallet, while we are going to create a local account with them. Now, the Enaira wallet is supposed to be pre-funded. Okay, it's supposed to be pre-funded to be able to facilitate these transfers immediately. So for now, that is the solution to that. So if the wallet contains like 1,000 Enaira, okay, and the person is transferring 100 Enaira, okay, so the moment the money enters from the person's bank account to our bank account in the local distance, in the country there, then the country converts it. Let's say it's 100 Enaira. They transfer 100 Enaira from their wallets, from their merchant wallet to the recipient's Enaira wallet over here.
Okay.
Making the entire transaction instant. Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, who are you now? Are you an IMTO or a technology provider?
Okay. Now,
let me clarify why I'm asking, because again, it's a regulated space, FX transactions. So, for example, if you are the service provider, so that you bear in mind there's a regulated space and all the regulatory requirements, if there are ways to make it easier, but the thing about it can't be because it's Enaira, then you get preferential treatment over someone that's already in that space as per IMTO. We try not to discriminate. But what are you in terms of this presentation? Is it the vehicle or is it the technology?
Okay, I did not really get your question, but I just want to say something. In my presentation, I said that we are the Western Union of CBDCs. We're the Western Union of central bank digital currencies. All right, so whatever Western Union is, that is what we are. All right, so if that entails being both of them, if you're laughing, if that entails being both of them, then I think so. But I feel we are both the technology and the regulatory service. I think so. But the fact that you get, I'm sure that you get my solution. So maybe I might not really know what exactly we are in this, but you did get the point, and maybe, yeah.
Okay, I'm glad that you noted exactly where we are at with this. The true picture of what you function as, you need to go back to drawing board to establish that. Mine is around the design, right? I can see more white space and green. So I want to know your inspiration. What's your theme around your design?
Okay, we had 24 hours to come up with that, and that was it was something that I since Enaira it's Nigeria, okay, Nigeria's currency. I just felt that the theme color should be based on the country's national flag. That was what I felt.
Okay, so mine is more of a feedback, and maybe it would help you answer the first question as to how are you playing. So we know Enaira is a currency local to us here in Nigeria. You want to facilitate cross-border trade. I would suggest that you look into, you keep saying local bank, local bank. I am not sure how you would get a local bank in Ghana to have an Enaira wallet to use your platform. But you can get a Nigerian bank that has branches in Ghana, which is what we see across now. A lot of our banks have those African presence. So should you be required to represent this, you might need to go back to that option as them being your partners. So for example, a First Bank in Ghana can serve as your local bank because they also have a Nigerian bank. So the money they're collecting in Ghana, changing it to Naira is not totally useless to them because they have a Nigerian arm. So for that aspect of your business to truly help you generate value to the merchants you are bringing, you might want to look at your Nigerian banks with presence across Africa.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Team 80. So we'll embark on a 5 minutes stretch/pee break and then come back shortly after. Please,
shortly
Team
before
3,
that, hello?
go ahead, sir.
Yeah, shortly before that, I heard the presenter talking about an end-to-end, architecture. That their solution, cuts out, any middle party. But from the explanation now, it does appear that that is not the case because we have some entities in between, the banks and, of course, maybe other institutions in between to facilitate that, transaction. So what is he really bringing onto the table? We already have this type of arrangement already. The banks are already offering this. The NTOs are already offering this. So what is new that you are bringing? You talked about removing, any, middle party in between. So what are you really bringing to the table? Otherwise, maybe you may need to tweak that pitch a little bit. Thank you.
Okay. We are bringing instant transfers to the table. Okay, instant transfers, and as you say, it's end to end. It's an end to end something, and yeah, the middlemen, we said we eliminated them, and I feel it is still end to end because it is between the Enaira platform. We are both facilitating, and the only person involved in this exchange is doing the currency exchange. So whatever, yes, the middleman is the one doing the currency exchange, but compared to other costs, looking at other factors, it is definitely cheaper, a lot more cheaper. Okay, because the only thing these people do is do currency exchange, and that is the only cost. I mean, their only this thing is going to be from there. Okay, they're only going to charge us for that, so it's definitely cheaper than other sources. Okay, it is so much faster, and then due to the fact that it is what is actually going across the border is Enaira, not even the current, not even the hard value of the Naira. What is going across is Enaira, so it is secure. that is what I have to say.
Okay, can I just
Yes, sir.
just to assist you further, in your model, could you just go in? Who's holding the Enaira, the bank or you? Because the bank. So the bank is holding money at a cost in event that sometime, someday, somehow you show up and it's done instantly. So it's not a brotherly relationship. So back to the work the Director of Banking Supervision mentioned, so that you appreciate that these are all private businesses. There's a cost to anything that they do, and those are the things they factor into pricing. And when you layer that on top of your charges that you mentioned, I think there were counted about 5 of them, and they're all percentage based, meaning the more I transfer, the higher the charges. And obviously you haven't capped any of them yet. Just look at your pricing model again. Like I said, it's never a good idea to put pricing model in your presentation when you're still trying to pitch the underlying product itself. As you can see now, the comments are now more on the pricing than actually the substance of the product. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, judges and Team 80. So we'll go on that stretch break now for 5 minutes. Team 3, please be on standby. You will present at exactly 12:27. So there are snacks and tea at the kitchen area. The male toilet is just behind the media wall. Female toilet upstairs. So please, stretch break. Thank you. You can eat at the rooftop or the garden area by the water fountain.
Bob J.
Hi, my name is DJ Bob J.
Tell me why you want me to be your zombie. Right now, my sanity is on the edge, about to break down. Because say you won't help me, make I come be your bum boy. You know be my god though. I go make am without you for sure. Make am without you. I go make am without you, show God. Make am without you. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Today na your turn. Tomorrow na my own. Watch out for me. I go make am without you, show God. Mashe fojú di mi o, ọmọ ológo ni mi o. Watch out for me, yeah. I hope say you go remember. I hope say you go remember me. I hope say you go remember. You no rate me, but it no matter. I'm a winner, man. You think that I'm no good. Someday you go need me, boy. Because say you won't help me, make I come be your Dundee. You know be my god though. I go make am without you for sure. Make am without you. I go make am without you, show boy. Make am without you. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Today na your turn. Tomorrow na my own. Watch out for me. I go make am without you, show boy. Mashe fojú di mi o, ọmọ ológo ni mi o. Watch out for me, yeah. I hope say you go remember. I hope say you go remember me. I hope say you go remember. Oh, fucking shit, boy, and my life is perfect without you. It's a beautiful night. Let's stay up all night, baby. Tomorrow can wait, oh. It's a beautiful night, yeah. Let's stay up all night, baby. Tomorrow can wait. Oh, more, I love your body. Your smile, they make me crazy. When you touch me, my body, they melt you. My body, they melt you. Kiss me, oh baby. Love me, my lady. Oh, come closer. Come closer. Kajo ma rocky, kajo ma shire, kajo ma gbadun ara wa. Ale oyin lo ma jẹ, let's stay all night, baby. Let me love you, baby. Tomorrow can wait, tomorrow go wait. Ale oyin lo ma jẹ, let's stay all night, baby. Let me love you, baby. Tomorrow can wait. Now we like you one more time. Sing that in me, oh. Olo, femi, oh. Magba mi bi auntie, oh. Baby. Oh my girl. Baby, give it to me anyhow. Oh my girl, there's some mommy now. I know say you want me. I ain't get my love back, my Cinderella, oh bailo, oh yeah, kajo ma rocky, oh, kajo ma shiri, kajo ma gbadun ara wa. Ale oyin lo ma jẹ, let's stay all night, baby. Let me love you, baby. Tomorrow can wait. Ale oyin lo ma jẹ, let's stay all night, baby. Let me love you, baby. Tomorrow can wait. Ọmọge o, wá sùn láyà mi o, kò sì fẹ́ ṣe mí léṣe o. Now we like the trophy pass. We go raise the trophy last. Our DNA no be to lose. There's only one choice and we don't choose. So we go carry the trophy, go house. We deserve the trophy, oh. We want everyone to know. Say we get confidence, we get patience. We work hard and we get sense. So we deserve the trophy, oh. Oh yeah, now make we do shakara. Make we carry shoulder. Show the world that we get class. Tell the people, we can. We must get a trophy, cause we like and pass, oh. If they say we no fit, we go show them why, oh. When we get and finish, we go raise them up, oh. Because we like the trophy pass. Oh, yeah, that's so. Oh, yeah, that's so. Nigeria, my country, oh. Anyhow, we dey rise, oh. Honorable kings of the new school, we give it all that we have, cause the trophy must be ours. Oh yeah, make we do shakara, yeah, give them left, right and center. Show the world say we get talent, tell the people yes we can, yeah. We must get a trophy. Oh, if them say we no fit, yo. Yeah, when we get a finish, ride the trophy back, yeah.
Hello, everyone. That's a lovely music that we're all vibing to. So just to get everybody to come back, we're about to start with the next team.
If you believe in Naija, let me hear you say, oh. If you love to win, no, let me hear you say, oh. If you know you're a champion, let me hear you say, oh. If you love the trophy, let me hear you say, Let's go down memory lane. The things we had, the games we play, when we catch it fun every day. Nowadays, we too serious. We know they play like before. We need to find a day to do those things over again. Mo fẹ́ ṣe mo níní, ẹja ṣe police and thief o. Wetin happen to bojú? Ọba ní ká dáwọ́jọ́ o, ọba ní ká fàágùn. Remember $1, $20 dey make it big. Kí ló ṣe Sisi pẹlẹbẹ bàbá dúdú? Èkánná go one àti Balewa. Let's go back to the start. Let's go back to the start. Ó máa ṣe o, a ti sọnù o. We need to find our way. Today's when peace still dey reign. Remember, united we stand, yo. Divided we fall, shebi you know. Mo fẹ́ ṣe mo níní, ẹja ṣe police and thief o. Wetin happen to bojú?
Okay, thank you very much. Can we have everybody back? Team 3, are you present? Just to be sure that Team 3 is on standby and they're present and ready to go, even though we are about a few minutes late. So Team 3 can go ahead and present. Please remember that you're presenting for 5 minutes and the judges will ask you questions for a total of 8 minutes. Team 3, you can go ahead and present now. Brilliant system team, you can go ahead and present.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, can I start?
Yes, you can. Your time starts now.
Hello.
Brilliant system, hold on, please.
Okay.
Brilliant system, we can hear you.
Okay. Can you see my screen? You can see my screen now.
We can see you can see
Yeah, your screen is visible. We'll let you know when to start.
Okay.
Mute yourself. Team 3. Mute.
Please, Team 3, go ahead and present. We can see your screen. Your time starts now. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. We are Brilliant E-System Limited. We develop our solution using Enaira API based on IGR platform. First, our main problem I'm focusing is on internally generated revenue on the state level and some tertiary institution.
Team 3, I don't think anyone is watching. They say you should wait. They will call you up, please.
Thank you.
Please, whoever is interjecting should please stop it. Team 3, please go ahead and present. Your time is still counting. Team 3, please go ahead. We've started your time again. You have 5 minutes to present and an extra minute for your demo. Go ahead now. Please start over again. Thank you. Please, whoever it is that's interjecting, please stop. If you have any questions, please come over to either any of the organizers or the mentors and direct your questions there. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Solution using Enaira API for IGR revenue collection for the state level. First,
I think you're supposed to wait. I don't think you're supposed to present yet.
Okay. Okay.
Khalil, please do not interrupt. Team 3, please go ahead and present. Thank you. Hello, Team 3. Can you confirm that you can hear me? Or anyone on the call, can you please confirm that you can hear me? Please confirm you can hear me, either by chat or muting yourself. Just confirm. Team 3, can you hear me? Mr. Mustafa, can you hear me? Please, can you confirm if you can hear me? Team 3, please go ahead and present. Your time is 5 minutes. It starts now. Thank you. I do apologize for the glitch and delay. Please, Team 3, go ahead and present.
Good afternoon. First, our main focus is for internal generated revenue, IGR platform. We build it on top of Enaira API. We have some problem, especially in different sector of economy. If we take an example in terms of revenue generation in the state or entire federal, taxpayer need to be registered before he can pay his tax payment. We call it like tax enumeration. Tax enumeration, it takes a long time. This is why even some taxpayer they cannot, they will not pay their tax payment because the process for the enumeration is very long. Example, some state government, even in Nigeria, they spend almost 200 million for the for tax enumeration for the taxpayer, and also there is a lot of leakages in revenue generation in a state government, federal government, or entire African country for the revenue collection. And the federal government lost a lot of revenue because of the revenue collection in some organization is not automated. Example, payment of the custom duty, you have to go to bank. There's a lot of procedure you have to go before you can pay your tax. And most of the country in Africa, the revenue collection is very low compared to European country like UK. Because here in African country, our system is not automated. We have to capture the taxpayer detail and other things. But our system, we built it using Enaira platform. We built it using Enaira platform, and taxpayer can register seamlessly, easier using Enaira example API. He just provides his VPN or NIN. so the taxpayer can register on the platform, and it will reduce the leakages for the state revenue generation or federal government agency. Because based on our system, all you need just your BPN or NIN number. You just go to our platform. You just go to the platform and register using your BPN, and you can access all the functionality, and you can make your payment easier using your e-wallet payment. And in some state, for the revenue collection in some state, there is a lot of charges because they are using third-party API for the revenue collection. Some third parties, they are charging almost 5 to 10% for the revenue collection. But our solution, we use a cutting-edge technology to build our systems. Taxpayer can use a web or progressive web app or SMS or USSD or QR code or even chatbot. Taxpayer can use a WhatsApp chatbot to make his payment for the revenue collection. And our system is very simple because we build using a cutting-edge technology tools. First, user can use a web browser or mobile browser to access the systems. And also, he can use a WhatsApp chatbot to access it. He can also use USSD QR code. Taxpayer, all he needs is just e-wallet account. He can use his e-wallet username and password to access the systems. And now, if you check the market size for the IGR revenue, we just take for the state. Hello? Yeah. We just take we just take one state level IGR for the state, because this system can be used entire Africa and also can be used like for the federal government, and also system can be used by state level. So we just take the statistic in 2020, that Corona era. This is statistic for the IGR revenue generated by the state. Even that time there is a lockdown. If you check the statistic for the statistics, they generate almost 1.3 trillion naira for just 1 year, even with that COVID-19. So our system, if you build our system, if you take 1% for the, it's almost 13 billion naira for that revenue generation. And also, we use different technology to build the system because we want to make it very secure, robust, and very powerful, and can be accessed anywhere. This is a technology that we use to develop the systems. We are a group of the 3 team members. We build that system, and you can access the system via this platform, Enaira. Now I'll show you how the system is working. It's working. Example now, if you open the system, you just visit enaira.igr.ng. Example now, after you visit it, if you are a taxpayer, you just click on create a consumer. After you register, you can fill all this form. Example now, state government level, tertiary institution, university can also create account for that platform. They can create a merchant account because they can use this for their revenue collection. An example now, after you open your account,
your 5 minutes is up. Please go to your demo. You have 1 minute left. Thank you.
Okay, this is a demo for the system. If I want to open it, I just visit enaira.igr.ng. After I open it, I can create account. There's 2 different accounts. There's a consumer account, example, a taxpayer. Taxpayer, if you want to make the payment, you can create a consumer account. And there's a agency, state government or federal government agency can create a merchant account. And also, after I create my account, I can check my balance and everything. I can also deposit the amount in my wallet, which I can use it to make the payment. And also, I can transfer the amount to my bank account. And also, example now, we just take one agency for the IGR revenue collection. Example now, if I log into the system, I can select the agency that I want to make the payment. Example now, I'm staying in Gombe State. I just select Gombe State IGR revenue. It can show me all the revenue collection for that state. Maybe I want to pay the school fee. I can select Gombe State University.
Thank you very much, Team 3. We'll go on to the judges now. So we'll start with we'll start with judges online. Mr. Mustafa, do you have any questions?
No, not at this time, please.
Okay. Etsudo, do you have any questions?
Yes, please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Just a reminder, because we're trying to keep to a tight schedule. Hold on, please. We have 7 minutes, and that has started. So go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, great. So this is supposed to be a platform to facilitate IGR collections. So walk me through the process of linking your Enaira wallet to this platform.
Okay, we use Enaira API. Example now, when you try to register, you just provide us with this detail, example BPN or NIN. After you provide, you fill this form, when you click create account, we will connect to Enaira API and create a wallet for you, where you can use it to make the e-wallet payment. And also for the schools or state government, they can create a merchant account. Once they fill their form, after they pay 70, we connect the Enaira wallet, and then we create account for them. Like petroleum station businesses, they can use it for their revenue collection. Even state government, federal government, they can use it for their revenue collection.
Okay, great. Great stuff. So after I create my profile and then link my wallet, what happens next?
So I can deposit the amount in. Yes, I can go and deposit the amount to my wallet, so I can use it to pay for my tax.
Okay, great stuff. Now, how is this different from me logging on to my mobile banking application, going down to bill payment, selecting the tax collection agency I want to pay for? How is that? How is this different? How is this better than that?
Yes, this one is a combination of different technologies that we build it. Example now, you can use web, you can use also chatbot, you can use USSD, you can use even POS and QR Pay. We already integrate all the system. Example, I can talk to the chatbot via WhatsApp. I can just talk, I want to pay my revenue via WhatsApp. He can check what is my name. I can ask me all the details. So for mobile application, it's only used for mobile application. But here you can pay your salary via WhatsApp, chatbot, or Facebook Messenger. Because we connect it with artificial intelligence.
I know that banks offer all these channels that you mentioned.
Yes.
So the channel of engagement is not really the issue of contention. It's not so much about the channel of engagement. It's what value will a customer look forward to having or getting by using this platform.
With this platform, we simplify easier for accessing the platform, because you can use a USSD payment. You can use also WhatsApp. And let me give you one example. You can go and use a bank system to pay your tax revenue. But in POS device, they will give you a receipt. That receipt can be paid. But our system adds a e-receipt. That receipt, you can print it anytime. Example, now this is a sample for the e-receipt using POS. If example is a physical receipt, after 1 week, if you took the receipt, the tax will be paid. But our own, you just type your reference number, you can reprint the receipt anytime, anywhere. So we add different values to make it different from the others.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the judges here physically.
Brilliant e-systems. Yeah. Okay. I have just one question. At the federal government level, there is Remitter. And I know Remitter itself, it's actually a payment channel. And it's I believe we have them, we've onboarded Remitter, haven't we? Yes, we've onboarded them, meaning that in terms of at the federal level, tax payment using Enaira is done. I assume you are not aware of that anyway. But at the state levels where there are gaps in terms of revenue collection, my suggestion is probably a bit more emphasis on that. I can see the value add in that space, to the extent that I assume for every state you probably provide for their individual needs. But again, the plugin to the platform itself to ascertain who's what and how much the person has and the rest, I think it's probably somewhere. I think someone has already mentioned that, to look at that again. Okay. But if there are any other ways you can expand the capacity of Remitter, because Remitter is the federal government platform. I mean, that's what they have adopted. Oh, it's now open. Oh, look at that. Great stuff. So you can compete with Remitter then. Oh, sorry. Again, the question similar to ask the other person, are you a technology person or are you a government revenue collection agent or platform? Brilliant e-systems.
You can unmute yourself and respond.
Hello, we are an IT solution. We are providing solution for the state government and federal government using certain technology. Example for FAI, we have pay as you earn. That pay as you earn, most of the governments, they are using manual procedure, but we use a webhook and WebSocket to automate a like example pay connection, because our system using a webhook to trigger, it can detect your payee based on the information we provide on the system. So we are just adding the additional solution for the state government to automate the revenue collection for the taxpayer. Example now, after you register as a taxpayer, you can subscribe. Maybe you have to pay every so amount every year or every month. So after you collect, the system can automatically deduct that amount based on your wallet balances.
Thank you very much, Team 3. Thank you very much. So moving on to the next team, Team 10. You can now share your screen and present. As soon as your screen comes up and your time will start, please remember you have 5 minutes to present and the judges will ask you questions for 7 minutes.
Hello, good morning, everyone. This is Group 10. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, our problem statement is how Enaira can facilitate cross-border trade and transfer. And the main issue surrounding this cross-border payment industry like EasyPay, TrustRemit, Eversend have failed to satisfy the demand of traders across the continent, leaving them with bank transfer option only, which has its own challenges. These challenges of bank transfer include, but not limited to, high charges, long processing time, lack of transparency, and complicated process. Then this has resulted to the exclusion of some traders from African market because banks did not prioritize them for liquidity, forcing them to rely on unreliable options such as black market, which hinder their survival and growth. Now the pain point: high fees, long processing time, lack of transparency, complicated process. Then what the market needs? We conceive that the market need an integrated solution with lower fees, transparent transaction, faster access to data, as well as better user experience. And the current solutions that we have that address this are bank transfer, mobile money, and debit card payments. This solution fails because of inadequate dollar imposition of central banks of various countries, of respective countries, to satisfy legitimate seekers, because the transactions are done in dollar equivalent. Because if you are in Ghana or you are in Nigeria, you make purchases in Ghana, the transaction has to be in dollar equivalent, and this hinder these transborder trades. So our solution, we call our solution e-Africa. The user preposition we have, Enaira allows seamless sending and receiving e-Naira, lower fees, better user experience, and simplify cross-border payment in the continent. Then the relevance of this, our e-Africa, eliminate double conversion or double fees, of tracking spending, efficient and transparent payments, grow cross-border trade more reliably and securely. Then we have our use case, merchants, cash payments, P2P, money storage, such as savings. Then we have automated payment system. Then we have a virtual card on e-commerce website that accepts Enaira. Our main demonstrations are improve financial inclusion, support digital economy, improve economic activities, simplify and easy cross-border payments and trade, reduction in corruption and cost of banking services, fast, cheap, reliable and reliable payment channel, then reduce the need to carry physical cash by 100%. How does this our solution work? First thing, you sign up by downloading the app from App Store or App OS. Then you register. After the registration, you can send money via phone number, e-wallet ID, or QR code. Then you can receive with your phone number, e-wallet, or QR code, and you can easily do peer-to-peer, P2P, which is bare contactless technology, and we have an automated system where we want to leverage on all the banks that operate in Nigeria and their presence in most of these African countries, like EcoBank, UBA, First Bank, Access Bank, and the likes. Then we have a virtual card for payment to e-commerce sites that accept Naira only. And this is what we got from our market size. We virtually knew that SME contributed about 90% of international trade volume, and this SME, or let's say this digital payment system, have a market total available market of about 1 trillion worldwide. Then we narrow it down to African country where we have serviceable available market to be $701.4 billion, and we try to look at our serviceable obtainable market. That is our SME, our traders that are excluded from this cross-border trade. We estimated about 332 million. Based on data from August
your 5 minutes is up. We have a minute. Please go to your demo. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, our demo. This is how our system works. This is how the system works. First of all, this is the wallet. You can click on login or you register, then it takes you to the next page where you input all your information. The next thing is for you to verify your email address after email verification. After email verification, then you try and
we can't see your demo.
And verify your. Okay.
What we see is thank you.
Okay, let me stop sharing and share the other stream. Can you see? Can you see?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yes. So this is it. When you either click on login or you register, it will take you to this page. Then you put on continue. Once you put on continue, you have to verify your phone number. After verification of your phone number, you verify your email address. Once you verify your email address, it will take you to another page where you log in, and this is the interface, and this is your user information where you have to insert your VPN and the like. These are other securities. And this is the dashboard of our app. Then the first thing that we want to leverage in is peer-to-peer. You can click on peer-to-peer. This is where you see buyers and sellers. For example, if you are in South Africa, you are in position of rand and you need an Enaira, you can easily go to P2P. Once you go to P2P, you can be able to buy. And here, this is the price you are willing to buy, and this is the equivalent of amount you can get. And
Thank you very much. We'll head over to the judges asking questions. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, please finish your demo.
You said?
Finish your demo. Judges will ask questions on it. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. So here we are. This is somebody in South Africa trying to make a purchases. Once you make its order, you make your order. This is the person. This is the information you get here. I need a Enaira and I'm in position of South African rand. I will get somebody. I will search through the filter. I will see the merchants that are accepting South African rand for exchange of Enaira. Then I will just copy the account number, transfer them the equivalent of the Enaira I want. After transferring, then I will alert the seller that I've already made the transfer. Once I make the transfer, he will release the amount to me. This applies to when you want to sell. Then we have this automated. This automated is our functions that we want to leverage on all the banks in Nigeria that have presence across the African continent, such as EcoBank, Access Bank, UBA Africa, and the likes. Here you give them South African rand in exchange of Naira based on prevailing exchange rate. Then you just, because in each we will have to, after the collaboration with the respective banks from maybe South Africa. Once you are in South Africa, you register for Enaira. You will be assigned with a designated South African or maybe Access Bank in South African account number, where you can use this automated in sending your South Africa rand in exchange for your Naira. Once you are done, you can make buy. Once it has hit that your account that is aligned to the Enaira, you can be able to get the value that you want. And the next thing is our merchant. With this our application, we want to create an avenue, we want to create a platform whereby more people will get to know about Enaira and they will get to know about how to use Enaira. We have our match across all the continent, and you can easily come to our dashboard and search for merchants and their prices. For example, if you are in Ghana, you have Enaira, you want to exchange your Enaira to Ghana CD, you can look for merchants that you can give them your Enaira and they will give you Ghana CD.
Okay. I think we begin to see a bit of technology speaking to this subject matter. I have two questions for you. Well, two for now. This is premised on EcoBank in Nigeria and EcoBank in anywhere else on the other side, yeah?
Yes, not really EcoBank. All the banks that are in other African countries that are operating in Nigeria.
Okay, we'll take an example. It's not like I'm preferring EcoBank over one. Just using an example. You know, sorry, let's not go there. So, let's for example take EcoBank is here, EcoBank is at the other end. So EcoBank is the institution facilitating the exchange as per the exchange rate.
Yes.
So it's EcoBank that will determine the exchange rate and will deliver value at the other end.
Yes.
If you're buying. Now the aspect of how the item is physically delivered, that's not the concern at this point in time. This is just facilitating the payment, right?
Yes.
Okay. So why would this is just a rhetorical question. EcoBank would charge for that service, right? We assume they will, right?
Yeah. Which is a single charges, which should be a single, not double.
Hold on. Because the thing is, if you are transacting on their platform, they will charge anyway, right? So it wouldn't be free for you. But the concepts, I fully understand the concept because it just opens up the opportunities of dealing with your counterparty in an independent and one-to-one manner, correct? Just that EcoBank now provides the
service,
facilitates, yes,
the conversion, yeah.
So you need to find merchants at the other end that are willing to be paid in Enaira, which is an additional piece of work. But at their end, really, they don't really get Enaira, do they? So it's EcoBank that buys it off you and delivers local currency at the other end.
We have 3 options. We provided 3 options. The first option is P2P. You can get it whether you want to buy Enaira in exchange of CD or RAN via P2P. That is another side of it.
Can you use the word exchange rather than buy? Exchange is a more appropriate word to describe cross-border transaction.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we have P2P. Firstly, we have P2P.
Yes.
The secondly, we have the automated. The P2P is an interplay between a buyer and a seller. They settle themselves.
But the other person must have an Enaira wallet, and at the moment, I think Enaira wallet is only available to Nigerians
yes,
and Nigerian registered entities. TIN.
Our topic is how to facilitate cross-border transfer.
No,
if that should be the case.
No, I understand. Sorry, don't misunderstand. Your presentation is interesting. That's why we're spending a bit more time on it, because cross-border. Like I mentioned, some of the other participants, there are some areas that we have specific interest in. Cross-border is one of them, onboarding and increasing adoption and the merchant and transactions. Now, so for the peer-to-peer to happen, really, you are delivering Enaira to the other counterparty, to the merchant. So the merchant must have an Enaira wallet, meaning it must be a company registered in Nigeria that happens to be trading, however, in the other in a different jurisdiction.
Yes.
Okay. So that's peer-to-peer. What's the next one?
The next one is the automated, where we can leverage on the banks that exist in both countries.
Okay, in this case, it's the same institution that we have here that has an outlet, has presence in the other side as well, yeah?
Yes.
So you require the institution to provide the exchange rate and delivers local currency at the other end. But you are paying, from here, you are paying with Enaira, but they're delivering local currency over there. Unless they have their own CBDC, either way, you're delivering in the local currency of the merchant.
What we are even foreseeing is for those SME and traders that are not in Nigeria, but they need Enaira to make transactions. For this automated, I'm in Ghana. Okay.
I understand you. Sorry, you know the only way you can have a wallet.
Yeah.
So that host Enaira is that you are a Nigerian or you have a Nigerian legal entity that has a TIN. So a Ghanaian that you're transacting with may not be able to have Enaira wallet for you to transfer Enaira to that merchant. I don't know if you get the difference now.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so how do you cure that? That's purely for the peer-to-peer. Now, for the one that requires the bank as an intermediary, the assumption is that because the other end cannot get Enaira in that same form, they have to deliver in their local currency, whether they have a CBDC or not, or whether they are going to deliver in just their normal form. That is how that second one terminates in terms of the payment, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No, don't sound. You're sounding as if you're. No, please. You said there are three. What's the third one?
The third one is by looking for merchants, agents that accept Enaira.
Okay, so that's another round of onboarding in a different jurisdiction.
Our thinking actually, can you hear me?
Yes.
Our thinking actually is in this way. This Enaira wallet will make it to be adaptive by both our domestic market and cross-border market. For example, there are some mobile money accounts that you are in Nigeria, you can be able to open it, that are based in Ghana or maybe South Africa. So we are looking at this way actually, that even if you are in Ghana, you can be able to have an Enaira where you can create, where you can be verified with your maybe national identity card or international passport. That is the perspective that we are coming. So if we could have merchant and agents from across borders that accept Enaira, we can easily do P2P, we can easily do merchant, where an Enaira guy, I have an Enaira, I want a merchant or an agent, just like our POS people. I have an Enaira, I can transfer to that country's agent, and he will give me in exchange for cash. This is our whole idea. This is what we are thinking, that all these our neighboring countries will in time adapt to Enaira in such a way that they can be able to register on board Enaira and start transacting with Enaira, not just people in Nigeria alone.
Okay, if I may suggest to you, which I'm not sure I'm supposed to, there is actually a workaround.
Okay.
But I cannot tell you that. But there's a workaround, because banks can have wallets, they have sub-wallets, whether they are allowed to hold in trust for a third party, meaning it stays in the bank's pool, but ring-fenced for somebody that if he needs to do whatever Enaira transaction this way, they can just use it without having to go through another. Okay, well, I shouldn't have said that, I think. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, judges. So we need to move on to the next thing. We're really behind schedule, so I'm craving the indulgence of the judges. So when I prompt for...
Sorry, where we see interesting stuff,
yes,
we'll tease it. If
yes.
we need to be here till 9, we'll be here till 9.
That's fine. If you intend to be here till 9, no problem. So move on to the next team. We'll move on to the next team, Team 17. Thank you very much, Team 10. That's a very innovative product, and I'm very sure that there will be further discussions afterwards. Team 17, you can go ahead and share your screen.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, we can hear you.
Alright, let me just share my screen.
Okay. Please, once your screen comes up, I'll start timing you 5 minutes, and the judges also 5 minutes. And then if there's an interesting one, I will give them a grace of extra 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Okay, let's see, guys.
Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. We can see your screen. Your time starts now.
Alright, good afternoon, everyone. I am Faith Mustafa. I'm the product manager for the project 10. Permit me to introduce to you Mrs. Ngozi. Mrs. Ngozi is the owner of a secondary school, a medium business, I would say. She and her accountant will be busy throughout today. However, Mrs. Ngozi's school needs chemicals. The lab attendant needs to get chemicals for the lab. Baba Olamide, the maintenance man, needs to get fuel of about 1,000 liters. And Mrs. Adaza, the librarian, needs to get some textbooks to the library. She has two options. Either she starts sending this money, which are in like millions now, and the charges she does not want to bear, or she actually give them the access to mobile banking details because she does not want them to carry cash around because of Nigeria's security situation. So many people are facing these challenges, and they use methods that have resulted into so many problems. There is accounting fraud, in short. A report says that organizations lose 6.3 billion to fraud yearly. And according to ACFE in 2020, they said that an average organization will lose up to 5% of their gross income, not net profit now, gross income due to fraud. And research shows that 64% of this fraud are committed by internal staff. The global fraud study of position of perpetrators in sub-Saharan Africa reveals that 43.8% of fraudsters are managers and 40.8% are employees. We can see that the Forensic Institute also recorded that 300 billion naira is yearly to procurement fund. These are part of occupational frauds. Then FG, also federal government of Nigeria, also loses close to 1 billion naira to discovered they uncovered that there are 37,000 ghost workers. The existing solutions to just crop this fraudulent are tip from maybe staffs, internal audits, and document examination of things. These things are still solely based on human beings, and they can actually be manipulated for employees that lack integrity. So what is our solution? The project 10. Now, this project was developed with two things in mind. One, to be able to actually provide a direct solution, and the other one is for other startups that are coming to leverage on this to provide innovative and enhanced products. The solution is a secure, documented, constrained, temporary, multiple access to SME Central e-wallet. With this, we are going to offer access rights and restrictions, effective supervision, strict and responsive authorization and approvals. Differentiation. We want to eliminate all the unnecessary bank transfers. Instead of Mrs. Ngozi to transfer money to the driver so that he can pay when he gets there, or the driver trying to reach her when she's in a meeting and they can't get it, and the transaction is delayed and all those things, we're going to eliminate bank transfer charges. We want to track delegated financial responsibilities, track cash flow purpose and initiator, and also ascertain initiator and receiver of payments. The use cases. Now, Mrs. Ngozi can use this. Please, are we still seeing my screen? Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right. So, the use cases. Someone like Mrs. Ngozi can use this. You just give the user our solution, and that's a temporary and multiple access. You give Baba Olamide, you give Mrs. Adaza, the librarian, you give the chemist also temporary, constrained, multiple access to the central e-wallet of your SME, and you can offer monitorable and deactivatable loans. So banks like Branch can now come up with a solution and give them loan and also monitor what they're actually using the loan for. So you can even narrow your loan niche to, I want to give loan for school fees. I want to give loan for feeding, monthly feeding. I want to give loan to sustain, to pay, maybe sustain my child in school and other stuff like that. Now, how does the solution work? Once you log into our platform, you are able to link your Enaira to our platform and generate multiple tokens. These multiple tokens connect and have access to your central e-wallet. your own main wallet as an SME now, or even as an individual. Now, these tokens are, once you are generating the tokens, there are constraints that will be asked, and you can place constraints on them, such as where this token can be used to make payments, the wallets that can receive this token. So if you ask a parent for school fees, they want to make sure that you're actually paying the money to a business account, a business wallet, the expiry date of the access of the token, the central, that's the location to spend the token also. So, for instance, there's no need for Mrs. Ngozi to be transferring 1 million to the maintenance man to go and buy 1,000 liters of petrol and suffering the charges. The money still remains in the general and central wallet, but the maintenance man has a token that he can use to actually pay, and we can know the amount that is actually entering the business wallet. Now, this reduces all the form of electronic manipulation of documents and altering of electronic files and documents, even manipulating payrolls. If you want to pay a contractor to pay, you want to release salaries of workers under the contractors, you can actually monitor how much gets to the final contractor. So this is the market size. We want to first target SMEs that are losing 5% of their gross income, not their profits, now gross income. We know that there are 39 million MSMEs in Nigeria. 33.1% of them are CAC registered. These ones are more serious, and we are targeting 10% as the serviceable obtainable markets.
Thank you, Team 17. You've exhausted both your time for presentation and your time for demo. We'll go over to the judges to ask a question. You can also showcase your demo while they ask question around it. Judges' time will be 5 minutes and a grace of 2 minutes. Thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Mustafa. I have a question.
Yes, so he said they are targeting SMEs who lose about 5% of their income. I wonder how they intend to go about it. And given that the target are SMEs, the folks, folks like Mrs. Ngozi, doesn't he think this is too expensive? It is going to be technology intensive, and how do you intend to go about it? I don't think this is the right target for this type of solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our targets are not limited to SMEs. We can bring in institutions, even the federal government, to eliminate ghost workers and other stuff. Then this, for me, I wouldn't say is capital intensive. This is a medium scale business. I'm very sure we assume the accountants and the technicians and these people that maybe when they were even coming to the job, they were required to have just a minimum of bachelor's degree and other stuff, have a smartphone. And once a business owner discover that they are having issues with reconciliation and money and everything, once our advertisement gets to them that, oh, this our solution, tokenization of Enaira, can actually solve this problem, we believe they will come on board. We are not going to go one-on-one trying to see businesses that lose 5%, but just from reports, on an average, organizations lose 5% of their gross income. Then, okay, sorry, I lost my thoughts for a moment.
Okay, while you're gathering your thoughts, can we add some more things to gather? The bits I'm interested in is the tokenization that's tokenization really, where it can only be expended at a particular outlet or particular merchant or types of merchant. I believe that's what you mentioned, right?
Yes, sir. And you can also set some other constraints. Okay. Like amounts that the token has access to from the central wallet.
Okay, meaning that, let's say Mrs. Ngozi wants to pay for, assuming there's a boarding school and wants to pay for foodstuff at a particular merchant, and the
Yes, sir.
contractor is supposed to go to a particular merchant or merchants of only that nature, it means that
yes,
she can on her own, based on your solution, designate a particular payment or set of payments to only occur or happen or be triggered when it has to do with transferring Enaira to a particular type of merchant or set of merchants. Is that what you mean?
yes, sir.
So
if she's even sending the person to a particular location, she can put the location as a constraint there.
So there's a what do you call that thing again? Geolocation element in the payment itself.
Yes, we've not incorporated everything now, but we are planning to put them. For now, you can set, you can put a limit on the amount to be withdrawn from the main wallet. You can put a limit on the kind of wallet that receives it. So she the cook or the contractor cannot transfer the wallet to an individual wallet. They transfer to a bank, to a business wallet. So the fraud that can happen is an agreement between the business and this cook. But we know that the cook is the one that actually received this wallet. When we'll be doing tracing, it is easy to actually get the. We know that the business person that sells food to the contractor is one that actually received this wallet. So when we will be tracing, it's easy to get them. So they will also even desist from things like that because it's recorded and Mrs. Ngozi will be receiving all the receipts of how the token is being spent.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so let me just add this. As a parent too, instead of transferring once in a month and your child calls you again like, oh, I finished this money, you can set like a daily limit on your token. Like, okay, just pay and spend from this token. I am allocating 20,000 naira for you for this month, and you can set your constraint on the token that you can only spend 2,000 naira per day. So, yeah, these are the applications. From this, we can.
And the 2,000 naira per day can only be consumed in the school or by the schools,
environment,
and the rest of them.
Yes,
more or less. Okay.
All right, thank you.
You've not answered my question around how do you determine, the SMEs that lose about 5% of their income?
Okay, sir. I thought what I said. We are targeting SMEs that lose from this report by the ACFE. They said average organization loses 5%. So that's like an average organization. We are assuming that this organization they already even know that they have a problem with account reconciliation, accounting fraud, and everything. And when we provide this solution, they will be forced to adopt the Enaira because this solution will only be available to the Enaira to really reduce their losses and provide more accountability of how the cash flow is occurring in the business. So we are not going to each organization to decide the person that is losing 5% of their gross income. We believe from this research that an average organization loses 5% of their gross income. And we will just have to advertise to them that you have a problem. Yeah, they have the problem already. Tell them that we have the solution. You can now reduce all the loss due to maybe lack of integrity of staffs or these occupational frauds.
Okay, let me ask you a question. While talking about the problem, you talk about existing, when you're talking about the possibility of using the solution to address maybe problem like ghost worker within the, from the public sector perspective. You mentioned audit, documentation, verification as one of the existing solution. I didn't hear you mention the integrated payroll and personal information system, which is very, very popular right now, which I think the federal government is using currently. So to what extent have you analyzed this type of existing solution, and what value, for example, can you bring for the sake of government now? What value can you bring, either in addition to the IPPI, the integrated payroll and personal information system, or something that you think makes your solution better in that regard?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. What we can offer concerning ghost workers, or let me say just employee payments regarding government is once the token is consumed by any individual, because once you log into our platform, you connect it with your e-wallet, Enaira wallet. So once the token is consumed by you, we know you are the one that actually consumed this token, and this is the destination. I think most cases the employee payroll fraud that used to happen is maybe identity, people that are not existing, or someone that is dead, and all those stuff like that. So you cannot log into the account. You cannot log into the account of someone that is dead from our own system, or even if you log in, if you're able to log in, definitely you are not a fake identity, because you have an Enaira account to be able to consume that token. So we'll be able to trace the person that has access to that account.
Let me just follow up with that. Just also probing you for that, also forcing you to think more about it. So you said that the person must have an Enaira account for them to log in into your system. And you also mentioned that some of the fraud, rightly, are perpetrated on the basis of probably non-existing workers or dead workers, that somebody is just using their identity to continue to. So if somebody who has an Enaira account dies, for example, is it impossible for somebody who has access to the person's Enaira wallet account perpetrate for fraud, using the person's identity, knowing that death registration is not something that we are perfectly capturing yet in Nigeria? So just let me hear your thoughts around that.
Sorry, please, just before you respond, just notify that this is the last question, judges. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please respond.
Thank you very much. Sir, I would take that as a contribution on an area we need to focus on if we are going to be applying to the payroll and federal government. But majorly, the SMEs and startups can come up with innovative solution with this tokenization. You can even use to disperse scholarship and make sure that they are spending it, throughout the whole month. They are not using to this thing. If you give a loan as branch or carbon, you can make sure that this person is not using the loan to bet. Once he's using the loan to bet, you deactivate the token, and you have more control. So, and you are not transferring to loan. When Carbon is giving loan to 1,000 people, they are not transferring to each individual's account again now, and using maybe Flutterwave or InterSwitch now. The money is still in their e-wallet. So everybody has a token that can access that money in my e-wallet, and you are just paying to the final receiver. So transfer charges are eliminated.
Team 17. Just to confirm, this is Team 17 grouped or registered. So our judges also know how they're scoring.
Grouped.
Team 17 grouped. This is for digital economy or super techies. Digital economy. Okay. Please, judges, just notify you on your score sheets. This is Team 17 grouped. So the grouped are people who registered as individuals and were grouped into teams. So this is Team 17 grouped. So Team 17 registered, which is super techies. Can we have you on now to present?
Yes. Yeah. Good. This is Team 17.
Team 17 super techies.
Yes.
Please go ahead and present. You can share your screen. Remember, you have 5 minutes and an extra minute just to demo and take the judges through your solution. And then just ask you questions again for additional 5 minutes and a grace of 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Hello, good afternoon. I want to share my screen. Hello, good afternoon, sir.
We can
Hello?
hear you. Please go ahead. We can see your screen and we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Abakar Muhammad from Team 17. So, our app is about an app developed for the university platform or the university environment. We have noticed that one of the best ways to enable this, the use of Enaira application within the university campus, and will make students and other SMEs within the university premises easy access to make transactions, thereby enabling the usability of the Enaira as a legal tender, and also help in minimizing the loss of some of the resources of these SMEs by encouraging them to still go on with their businesses without having the fear or lost in terms of business transactions. Some of these SMEs lost their changes or the amount. If, for example, I came to buy a particular product from an SME buddy and then I left like 5 naira or 2 naira changes, I'll tend to just let go. Or it's either I am leaving the change for the vendor, or the merchant, or the merchant is leaving the change for me. So to have a very good handshake between the students and the merchants by the use of our platform, which is like, it's just the merchant side of the Enaira, even though the Enaira app on the Google Play currently has also a merchant registration site, but this one, what we have noticed is to enable it acclimatize with the university environment by providing access to some of the merchants to specify their services, which enables them to carry out business transactions with these students and then without having problem. I will have an example. The platform we gave last time, due to the time factor given to me, I will just demonstrate it so that the first time we presented, we gave a different URL. Now we've posted it on another URL, which is just euazobia.tech. There are so many functionalities we have, from the sign-in page to verification of email addresses, the verification of account details, which we use some of the APIs provided for this competition, but due to some problem we faced, we were unable to integrate most of the APIs. But we have them in handy, and all the modules are there separately, which we are going to put together to make sure we work with them. So, and this is the platform presented last time. Just get. So this is the login details. If a merchant logs his account, what he does is just to receive payment. We've tried to integrate the barcode as a payment method, because the e-wallet, the Enaira wallet supports barcode scanning, which most students have access to their smartphones, and you can easily make payments. It visits a bus ticket, or go to a shop to buy something, is it photocopying, is it printing, whatever you want to do, all these merchants will have this app installed, and then they can receive their payments from students. One of the interesting aspects is we have also the bookkeeping module that enables the merchants to be able to have their book records. Instead of having the manual book records, they have their own book records, and enables, once a payment is made, they can track the date of the payment, and then there is a very good transparency in terms of payment from both the student aspect and then the merchant themselves. Now, another aspect is it's once you are in, the available balance will be automatically generated from the API, just let's say a student wants to make payment in a restaurant, for example, and he sat and then took a plate of rice. The merchant just needs to select the service or the product the student have ordered or have used, and then just click on pay, and a barcode will be generated. He just scanned the barcode using his Enaira wallet, and then a payment will be made instantly. There is nothing like I have some change left without being collected, or the change, and then we don't have such thing. What we are much interested is the transparency in terms of payment, both from the client side and the merchant side, and you only need to scan this and make payments. Now, one of the easy ways to make sure that the usability of the Enaira.
Sorry to interject. You exceeded your 5 minutes. You have a grace of 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. One of the main target is university environment is one of the best ways or the best medium in terms of acceptability of these e-platforms to merchants, because most of these merchants, you talk to them about some of these e-applications, they tend to neglect. But with students using and they're accepting payment, the application of Enaira and then using the Enaira as a merchandise or as a tender for payment will easily go viral, and then since students are using it, it can easily spread across the country, whereby increasing our economic so once a payment is made by a payment is received by a merchant, he has the ebook. Sorry, let me.
Thank you, Team 17. That's a very amazing innovation. We're going to head over to the judges. We have 5 minutes to ask questions and in grace of additional 2 minutes. So I apologize that I'm very strict on time management, but we have a lot of teams to go through today. So thank you for your patience and being here with us. So please, judges, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Could you please confirm what your problem statement is again?
Sorry, ma'am.
Problem statement.
Yes, the problem statement, just like you can see on my slide, it's low level of technology and skilled manpower, poor access to market, limited access to financing, multiplicity of taxes, and high cost of doing businesses. Now, in the university, all these
Sorry, hold on. What was your team, when your team was created, what sector was you given to handle for this hackathon? Are you cross-border trade? Are you SMEs? Are you financial inclusion? Are you lifestyle?
No, it's on SMEs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this solution, are you going to, you're looking at the university environment, is it going to be a white label whereby for every university you partner with, they get to customize it to their vendors that are on ground, or is it just going to be a generic solution?
It's a generic solution, but within the scope of the university, because that is one of the main reason. It's, you see, students are the ones that interact with these vendors directly when it comes to financial transactions, and we tend to use students as the first stepping stone, because one student and these vendors can make transactions successfully with the use of this app, it tends to increase the acceptability of the Enaira platform in other sectors of the economy. So if you find it, if you look at it, it's customized, not just students. Some cooperative societies within the university can also use the platform, where staffs could also use their Enaira to make payment, because some of these cooperative societies also provide services to staffs and students within the university system. So we enclose, we just put it on the scope of the university to be able to capture most of those services just within the university environment for now.
Okay, thank you.
Nice ideas. I like your ideas. I like the fact that you're able to show some proof of functionality and proof of concept. However, I would like to touch on the scalability of your solution. You know, limiting it to just the student environment will not do justice to the inclusivity we're looking out for, right? So I think, in as much as the idea is original, you might need to build it up to expand across not just the student environment, but make it as scalable as possible across all sectors and across all customer segments.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Noted.
Watch Team 17. Etsudo, do you have any questions for Mr. Mustafa? Any questions? Okay, in the absence of any question, thank you so much, Team 17. Thank you very much, our judges, for your question. So moving on to the next team. Sorry, Etsudo, are you speaking? Please go ahead.
Are you talking to me? I don't have any question, please.
Okay, thank you. Team 77, you can share your screen now. Sorry, 73. Apologies, Team 73.
Team 73 is available.
Okay, please go ahead, Team 73. You can share your screen. Once your screen pops up, I'll start timing. So please go ahead. Team 17, you can stop sharing your screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead and present. Your time starts now.
Okay. We are Team 73. I'm sorry, let me have tech problems here.
If you're using two systems or someone else, one of your members is with you, it's best to mute the audio of the other system or the other person so there isn't any echo.
I've done that.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. We are Team 73. Our problem statement was, how can Enaira be adopted by SMEs and startups to create innovative products or enhance their services? We decided to focus on the real estate sector since it's one of the fastest growing in Nigeria. One of the problems Nigerians faced this past few years was transaction charges and the incessant flagging of transactions due to transaction volumes. I was a victim of this too. So we aim to solve that with Enaira. How impactful is real estate? It's one of the fastest growing sectors in Nigeria. It's catering for both zero capital investors and the well-funded ones, from students to lawyers who are involved in real estate, to the landlords, even those who live around who are working as referrals for the landlords. Everybody is involved in real estate. So our solution to this is Enaira. Enaira simply is an app that connects real estate agents or agencies to their customers. Now, the moment a student gets admission into school, one of the first things on his mind is accommodation. And believe me, if you do not get a hostel early enough, accommodation is going to cause a serious problem for you. You're going to spend months going through houses and agents where you're looking for accommodation. If you're a banker, you'll transfer to another branch, probably in a different city. You would need accommodation too, and it might take time for you to settle into your work while you're looking for this. This is why we created Enaira. On Enaira, all you have to do is shop for homes wherever you're moving to. If you're a real estate investor, you can shop for land, houses. Shop for anything you want to buy from there. The user opens his app on his or her mobile phone and registers an Enaira account. This takes you to the home page. On the home page, you have listed properties and locations where you can find listed properties. When you click on the property, you get the option to pay for the property, and the user is led to the wallet page. This wallet page now is your Enaira wallet. There you would have to log into your Enaira, which we incorporated the Enaira login API there. We did not incorporate the create account API because we know that we're just starting off. Not many people will trust you when you're starting, so you cannot be requesting for their BVN at that early stage. Maybe when you're a household name, you can include the ability to create an account from the app. If the user is not interested in buying a property but is an agent or an agency willing to sell some, they simply click on the settings buttons and list their property there. While listing their property, they would have to include their payment details where they would be paid on. When they do this, they would have to connect to their Enaira wallet too. The market information. In January 2022, National Bureau of Statistics recorded an all-time high in the basic price of services in the real estate sector. The sector is quickly growing, and a lot of firms and individuals are directing their resources into this. Almost everybody now wants to buy land or owns a house or wants to own a house. Currently in this sector, we have little or no competition for this kind of product. There is no official data recording the number of people involved in real estate, but let's do some maths. There are 200 million Nigerians, and according to The Guardian and other credible news outlets, there are about 108 million homeless Nigerians. 31% of the whole Nigerians existing own their own homes. That's about 62 million people. And the number of Nigerians who do not own a home are 138 million. In these 138 million, if we have to subtract the homeless people and say they do not have the financial capacity yet, we still have 30 million people who can possibly buy a home.
Hi, Team 73. Apologies for interjecting. Your 5 minutes is up. You have 1 minute. I would suggest you just go straight to your demo so the judges can ask you questions. Your 1 minute starts now. Thank you.
For the demo, it's loading. So I'll have to do. So on the demo, you get this onboarding screen. You can create an account on Enaira using.
Sorry, we can't see your screen. We're just seeing your presentation slides. So please share your demo.
Oh.
Yes, share your screen. Thank you.
Can you see it now?
See your screen. Please go ahead.
On the Eritos app, you can open an account with Google, Facebook, or you create an account directly on Eritos. Or if you have one, you already log in. When you create an account, you ask for basic information. By signing up, you agree to the terms and conditions. Now this is the home page. As at this time, you've not incorporated your Enaira wallet yet. So let's say you're willing to rent a home and you're located in Lagos. It will open the ones in Lagos for you. You select the home and you see the property. And you can go through pictures of this property. If this is the kind of thing you're looking for, you contact the seller so you can meet up with him and confirm what you've seen, if it's exactly what you're looking for. If that is what you're looking for, you click on your buy property. It takes you to this page directly. So let's take it to login. You will have to have logged in first. Sorry, this is a bug we'll have to fix. So when you're logging in, you can only come. You can come as an individual or an organization, depending on what you opened your Enaira account with.
Thank you, Team 73. Thank you very much. If the judges permit, they can let you continue to present your demo. Judges, can please go ahead and start to ask questions. Thank you.
I can't hear you, sir.
I see that there is no immediate question for you. So if you can take some of that time to complete your demo, maybe your demo would naturally trigger some questions. If you are talking, we can't hear you. Maybe you are still muted. Just unmute yourself.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So this doubles as a normal Enaira wallet, aside being an real estate e-commerce app. You can do whatever you want to do with your normal Enaira wallet here. You can view your own transaction records. You can receive a transaction. You can pay for one by scanning the app or including the person's code or ID. You confirm the transaction and you get a success message. When this is already connected, then you can buy an app. You can buy a house, sorry. When you click on buy property, it doesn't have much questions for you. It takes you directly to a page where you can pay to the merchant and the exact amount is imputed already. You proceed, you include your PIN, transaction PIN, and confirm the transaction, and it's sent.
Okay, great. My questions are around the real estate portion of the app. There are a couple of gaps that I'm yet to get explanation on, right? For example, I'm seeing display of real estate properties and housing facilities, land and whatnot. Who is uploading these housing facilities to be sold on your platform? Are you there?
Yes, sorry, my mic was muted again. The users can double as agents and customers. You can list a property, you can also delist a property.
Well, that wasn't covered in your strategy or any part of your deck where users are now agents.
Right. I said users and agents can come and meet on this app. If you're familiar with Jumia, this is like a Jumia for real estate.
Thank you very much, Team 73. So we'll go for lunch break and resume at exactly 3:06. Thank you. Okay, so sorry. Okay. All right, 40 minutes. Have we resume at exactly 2:47. Okay. So we'll resume exactly 2:37. And Team 53 will be presenting, so please be on standby. At 2:37, Team 53 will be presenting. Thank you. Sorry, can I have the judges and the participants at the media wall? Please, would like to take a picture of the judges and the participants. Thank you.
Sorry, please, when are we resuming?
We're resuming shortly. We're trying to get everybody come back into the session. Thank you very much, our online participants and judges, for being patient with us. We know we've exceeded the scheduled time. So we thank you very much for your patience. Thank you for sticking with us. And we do apologize for delaying. But the session will be resuming any minute now. Promise. So just hello everyone. Thank you very much for being patient with us again. We'll be starting with the next team. So we'll be starting with team 53. And after team 53, please team 54 be on standby and get ready to present. So I want to crave the indulgence of our judges, because our time is fast spent, to just stick to 5 minutes, ask a question and the participants be quick to respond. Also, if you could just go straight to your demo and what the solution is, as against, dragging the problem statements like previous participants did. So we, make good use of our time. Thank you very much. So team 53, you can go ahead.
Okay. Huh? Just check your here. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Do I go ahead? Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Uzo, and I represent Team 53. Our product is called MarketCo. Next slide, please. Sorry, the slides are not responding. All right, sorry for the break in transmission. So our problem statement was, how can Enaira be adopted by SMEs and startups to create innovative products or enhance their existing services? So the way we thought through this is a way to help SMEs by simplifying the complexities of banking instruments and thus gradually capture trade that hitherto was unrecorded or not properly recorded. So we'll use a case of Ebuka to explain this. Ebuka just gained freedom, the normal boy system that they practice in Nigerian markets. But a lot of his transactions are offline, and because of that, he has a lot of cash payments. As a result, he's not bankable. His records don't tally with the recording of the banking industry or the banking services. So his records simply don't exist or are seldom. He also finds banking tedious. Too many forms, too many, blah, 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 blah. And then because of that also, because of documentation issues, he has issues with taxing. And so either he's overtaxed or he completely avoids the tax system entirely. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what's the solution? Well, we think the solution is a one-stop PSP, a one-stop payment service provider that provides easy sign-on for onboarding, easy payments, and easy collections. And this is only possible via Enaira. With Enaira, settlements are instant, and with our own proprietary solutions, like our single sign-on solution or our address verification database system that enables eKYC full cycle, we do think that we've found the perfect solution for Ebuka to have seamless transactions. This is usable in multiple trades, in e-commerce, and in import transactions. Next slide, please. As we said, we will act as a PSP, a payment service provider, which will be an interface between the consumer and the Enaira. The consumer here is an SME or his users. He is also able, because our goal is interoperability, so he's also able to transact with customers that don't have Enaira but use issuer banks, where settlements are handled with partner banks. We manage all the information systems of the account so that he can get seamless operations and seamless information when needed. Next slide. And this slide shows us what the architecture looks like during his collections, where with whatever instrument his customer is using, he receives payments, some ID verification is done here, and I need to speak to this here. We currently have me and our developer come from a verification background, and we currently have two unique solutions for onboarding that makes onboarding seamless and instant. One of them is the address verification solution, is the digital database service for address verification, making address verification tasks to be instant instead of 48 hours or more. And then the second is the single sign-on solution, where we collect all the verification tasks done and put them on one single sign-on so that it is usable and reusable across multiple platforms, multiple partner platforms. That way we've made onboarding easy so that he doesn't have to deal with the stress of coming on board in banking. The next part of it is the part Enaira really handles for us, which is the transaction part, where you just simply debit a wallet and credit a wallet. That is already done for us by the Enaira APIs, and it makes the transaction seamless. Settlements are immediate, so Ebuka has no issues. And then we deal with the rest of the information management around that. The next slide, please. We have a similar architecture for the payment process, and this looks a bit more complex because we're also thinking about integrating foreign payments. We are entering for the repo. There's another hackathon coming on with Ripple, where they're trying to use the XRP platform for multiple CBDC exchanges. And so we're entering that hackathon so that we can also effect foreign payments where Ebuka has to pay for his supplier goods from China. But Enaira, as we see, manages the settlements. Settlements are instant, and everything is smooth for Ebuka. Next slide, please. The tech stack we use is Node, TypeScript, Docker, Kafka. We are still playing around with React and Vue. But I wish we had more time, but local.
I don't think 53. You've exceeded your 5 minutes, so please, you have 1 minute left. Thank you.
All right. Next slide, please. Market size, we have not yet done a lot of research on market size, but I'd like to tell us that we have over 1.2 million SMEs out there in country. If we add MSMEs, that is micro part, it scales it times 30. The next slide, please. The team is made of myself. Chidozie is a wonderful developer, back end, trying to do the work of front end because we have no front end at the moment. And the next slide. I would, no, don't worry, don't use this. I would like to bring in Chidozie to do a demo of his back end if we have to do that, because we didn't have a front end, and so we're still playing around with React to see whether we can make a front end. So thank you very much. The next slide, please. Yeah, so we think with Enaira, SMEs are small but mighty. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Team 53. Just to confirm, judges, would you like to have a view of the back end? Or just proceed with questions? Thank you.
I'm not certain, because I think we've had that review in the last session, in the technology session. So I'm not certain if it will, but Dozier is right here to answer any questions we have. But maybe in the question and answer, if there's any need to refer to the backend, we will. Market Co, please. Market Co. Yeah. Market Co. Market Company. Market Co NG. We may find the final name if you're interested.
Thank you very much, Team 53. Please, judges, you can go ahead. So, in the absence of any questions, unless we have a question from Etsudo or Mr. Mustafa or representative of Mr. Mustafa, do we have any question from judges online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So, could you just walk me through what this platform is supposed to achieve? I mean, I get the fact that Enaira will be used to facilitate payments, but tell me again about the platform.
Yeah, so the platform, which will be delivered via either API, a web platform, or an app, is simply a payment service provider where we're handling, I can hear an echo, where we're handling payment initiation services and account information management. We're also handling an ID system to make sure that we have single sign-on usable across all our partner platforms.
Can I come in?
Yes, you can.
Can I? Okay. Okay. We are working on. I think I have to share a little bit of my screen. So that maybe. Okay. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Now we have the mobile application that we wanted to use for basically our identity system, right? Where we want to integrate every form of identity into a single platform. That, like the application that he talks about, we have a system that we want to put these things together with all the other ID systems that we have. So when you come into Market Co, what you needed to register, either if you have not done anything from the 30s, what you're going to do is just to do your normal registration, we verify a BVN and lots of things. Then you go in and start making transactions. If you're a user, we wanted to make users to have a way to spend Enaira apart from the way they use it, they used to spend it right now. The way they used to spend it right now is to send it directly to the bank before they can be able to make most transactions, or they can send it wallet to wallet. There's no way you can accept money maybe via POS to your Enaira direct, and there's no way you can accept payment also or use your ATM or something like that to spend Enaira, right? So which are one of the problems of spending Enaira, and that is one of the problems that people find it very difficult to use. And also merchants find a way that, okay, we use POS to take payments from other people. The POS that we have here, we have OPay, which try to settle transactions for us. We get POS from the banks and the rest. But if you're utilizing Enaira, then how do we accept Enaira through our POS, right? And that is where the QR code comes in. That is where we try to use a lot of things that we can find out to implement a POS system that pushes this money directly to their e-wallet, to their Enaira wallet, instead of using the basic OPay that they used to use now. And for our address verification and our ID system that makes it very easy for anybody to use Market Code, what we try to achieve there is very simple. You have your BVN, you have your NIN, you have your addresses. When you go to the bank, they give you forms. When you go to another bank, they give you forms. You get your utility bills and you submit. This is becoming tedious and it's making a lot of things very difficult to do. If you go abroad, most of the banks do not have branches. Now, what we try to do is, what if you walk into a bank and they ask you for tortoise ID, which is being handled by Market Code? You submit that. When they put into their system, what they do is they pick every information, your NIN, your BVN, because we are calling those API on behalf of them. And also, we are keeping track of updated database of those addresses that the user have. Imagine a user opening an account in Abuja and left Abuja and locate to Lagos. There is no way you can update that account, except if after 3 years, the user have issues with the account, goes to the bank asks you to bring the latest documents to update this, which is not actually efficient. And there are ways by which we do not keep track of all those things. We have API that have that are working already, BVN and NIN. We have databases that of addresses that we're already working on that we can be able to integrate. So when the user comes in to register for Market Code, you submit that ID, which fetches every other details from other APIs like your BVN and the NIN and the rest of it. That is what we are trying to do, making payments seamless, making registration seamless, making every transaction, because what we try to do is that we want to make SMBs to start adopting Enaira. If they are using our single
sign-on tool. Thank you, Dozie. I'm sorry to interject.
Yeah.
Thank you for the explanation. Because of time, we can't go any further. We need to go on to the next team. Thank you very much, Team 53.
Thank you so much.
So, Team 44. Team 44, please, you can go ahead and share your screen and present. So we're going to move on to the next team. We'll take 44 later. Team 75, you can go ahead and share your screen and present. Okay. Team 75. Please confirm the team currently sharing screen.
Team 75, this is David Jaja speaking on behalf of Team 75. Etsu is the solution.
Okay, Team 75, you can go ahead. You have 5 minutes to present. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is David Jaja, and I'm the lead team member of Team 75. So what's Etsu? Etsu is simple, electronic token unit. You just simply scan, tap, and pay. Now, Etsu is an all-in-one payment utility system with QR code, payment cards, token and Enaira fintech experience for personal users or businesses. It's primarily for transportation, the transportation industry, but of course can also allow other people, other industries to come in later. But we want to really focus on the transportation industry because it lacks a lot of innovation in terms of payment processing currently. So our problem statement is how we can help SMEs generally. So I'll just go ahead with the current problems that they do have. We have implemented cashless policy in Nigeria, but when it comes to transportation system, this has not really been followed through because of a lot of different hitches along the way, and that's where we comes in. We want to make it easy for people to process their payments easily. Say I'm an Uber driver now, takes you from point A to B. Instead of using the regular bank transfer, which sometimes can disappoint you, or cash, they can just simply generate invoice. A QR code is generated, and then the passenger just scans and pay easily, and then they go about their business. Same thing with buses, same thing with schools, same thing with anybody that actually drives or uses the road transportation system. It can also be implemented for train, buses. The Lagos State government is within the, correct me if I'm wrong, light rail system, and this can really come in handy because people can just generate cards through Etu, and then they can tap and pay for their transportation without having to do ticketing and all the plenty that happens with ticketing. All right. So next slide. Like I said, I want to be very quick because I now have a very short time. What's our value proposition? Like I said before, it's cashless, fast, and convenient. Our target audience is the general public, anyone that uses public means of transportation. We want to make it easier for you to go on your activity, simple and fast, okay? And then our interface is very simple, it's easy to use by anybody. Okay, more about our product a bit. You remember COVID-19? We were encouraged not to touch people or do anything with that, to contact people or touch items. This comes in very handy because we tap and pay technology using the NFC near the NFC. We can actually pay. Customers can actually pay for transportation without actually touching anything. They just need to tap their card or tap their phone or any other thing that the NFC is connected to, the near field communication is connected to. Some of the benefits of our solution is cool, easy, simple. It's very easy to use. We are going to be using a PWA for it, so you don't need much storage space in your phone. Unlike other applications that you need to download, we use the PWA, so you just need to save it from your browser and then it becomes an app in your phone. Less payment hassle. You don't need to spend too much time. It can actually help you plan your expenditure. Say for instance, a parent has like 2 kids in university, can plan you can go on the app, create a card, and then fund those cards using Enaira, and then they can have those cards and use it for transportation, just for transportation purposes. They don't need to worry about any other thing. And when it comes to the card, they don't need to spend money they would have used for transportation on some other thing. And it's very cheap. Our transaction fee are very, very cheap. We have 2 use cases, mostly the user and the merchant. User is one that pays for a service, and the merchant is the one that receives payment for service that he or she renders. So I will come back to how it works. Let me just talk about the market. I want it to be the last thing. The market side is very big. From statistica.com, Nigerians, an average use of transportation, they pay at least an average of 12,201 naira for transportation daily. This includes the buses, the air transportation, and other forms of transportation, even the waterways.
Sorry to interject, but your 5 minutes is up. You have a grace of 1 minute. So please go ahead to your demo so the judges can ask questions on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me just quickly go to the demo. So just hold on, let me share the screen for that. Okay, let's just share the screen. All right, for the Etu app, it's a very simple onboarding process, normal registration, not too complicated. One can just go on the site and register as a user, okay? And then put in your registration details. And I don't have much time, so I won't do that now. I'll just go because I already have an account. So I'll just log in into the application. Okay, once you log in, it's quite easy. It will ask you to go to your profile, verify your user details, your BVN, your bank number. This is so that we can actually know your identity if you are an actual person. We use the APIs provided by Enaira to verify BVN. We do name verification, and we do your phone number verification. From your BVN verification, immediately your phone number will be verified. And then you can proceed to actually create a wallet, which is the Enaira wallet. Okay. For the Enaira wallet, you fill in the details as shown here. Because of time too, I wouldn't want to stop you from that. Let me just add some things. Mr.
Sorry to interject, Team 75. Your time is officially up. Judges, please, you can go ahead to ask your questions. Please take note that for time constraint, you're being restricted to 5 minutes. Thank you. Ometudo, do you have a question?
Yes. So this is a third-party platform. From my understanding, you fund your Enaira wallet from the banking application, right? So why would I come onto your platform to request for a card if I have a bank account and can request for a card there? Why would I do that?
All right, so the card is not necessarily for you to withdraw funds and make payments for purchases. If you understand what NFC, near field technology, is for, it's mostly for transportation. If you take your time and Google Singapore, you know that they have one of the best transportation systems in the world, and that's because they decided to use technology to make it very efficient. For their bus system, they use a near field communication system where you just enter into the bus and then tap out. It's quite easy. Now, what we do on our platform is for you to is something similar for you to request for that card. Okay, to have a physical card that you can actually use. You can generate tokens on the card that you can use for your transportation purposes. Also, it's not just for that. For SMEs, like I said, Uber driver can just go on the app as a merchant, register as a merchant, and then generate QR code like we have just seen. I just generated one QR code. Now, this holds a JSON data that shows the merchant's username and then the amount of money that you're supposed to pay. Then you, the passenger, you can just scan and pay. So bus drivers can use it. We can use it in our school shuttle buses. We can use it in our train systems.
I hear your response. My follow-up question to that is, I see here you have a journey for creating a wallet, right?
Yes, yes.
Where are you creating that wallet? Am I creating the wallet on the ETU platform, or am I creating the wallet on the Enaira system?
Okay, the wallet is not created on our E2 platform. It's directly to Enaira platform. Is not on our E2 platform. What our E2 platform saves is just your basic information. And then when you create the card, you cannot transfer, you cannot fund your E2 token account with the Enaira. That's for physical cards. But if you're not doing any physical transaction, if you're not going to be using a card and you just want to do transactions seamlessly on the application, then it's directed to minus it to do the transaction all on Enaira and has nothing to do with our own application. We just show you the history and stuff, yeah.
I have a question.
All right.
Is this any materially different from the Oyster card that they use for transport in London?
Not necessarily. It's not different. Okay. But I'm not really familiar with that because I've not been to London before. But I think if I do a bit of research for them, it'll be the same. I studied in Singapore about 10 years ago, and the card system we used was very seamless. It's practically the same thing, yeah.
It's a tap and go contactless, and the card holds value.
Yes.
But the card you're referring to will now be on, what will it be speaking to? To your platform that speaks to the Enaira, or does it speak to the Enaira directly? That's one. And two, does the card or will the card hold value, or is it just a payment medium?
Okay. For the first question, will you speak to Enaira directly? For the physical card, no, it will not speak to Enaira directly. All you need to do is fund the card from your Enaira account that you created on Etsu. The card.
So the card holds value. Hello.
Hi, David. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Probably network.
Please, who did you call?
And I think David's having network issues. So we'll probably have to move on to another team. Thank you very much, David. Due to time constraints, we'll move on to team. We'll move on to team 99. Team 99.
Right.
Good afternoon. Can we see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so our product today is DigiBank, and basically what we are trying to solve is Enaira adoption, which is basically the major problem with Enaira at the moment. So Enaira obviously solves a lot of problem, which involves printing of fiat, manipulation of fiat to make fake currencies. There's also problem with cross-border transaction limitation. There's high cost of transaction, security risk in holding cash and credit card. There's high conversion rates and interest when you use black markets and all that. At the moment, the pain point with Enaira, currently it's the traditional way of accessing Enaira, where you have to deposit the fund to access it, and that actually adds an extra layer to the stress of even accessing your money at the moment. So access is limited. It's not attractive. Yeah, an Okada driver will not use Enaira, basically. So what's the market need? Market needs an easier means of withdrawals and deposits. Customer needs a secure and easy and seamless way to transfer. The transfers need to be fast. They need to know why they're using Enaira. Basically, Enaira should be able to create value and not cost more time or more expenditure setting it up or using it, basically. And then Enaira should be used even though you don't have an account, but at the moment it's strongly linked to a bank account. So why the current solution, the Enaira Speed Wallet, is it failing? Is it going well? At the moment, it's a long process, regardless of it being called Speed Wallet. P2P spending is only available between literates, which are basically bank holders. And then this does not entail the day-to-day fiat spending in markets and society. There's no initiative that is beneficial or attractive to business owners or even the unemployed. Nothing brings them in on board on why they should use Enaira. So our solution, DigiBank. DigiBank is an e-bank that runs on Enaira. DigiBank can be seen as a bank backed by CBN or CBN's influence on the digital space. So DigiBank just, it's basically an e-bank. So what it helps you to do is it helps the customer exploit the flexibility that comes with Enaira. So why Why DigiBank? DigiBank introduces Enaira, e-bankers. E-banker is you, I, your daughter, your son, your friends. Basically allows users to access their funds wherever they are, whenever they want. E-bankers operate as access points to deposit fiat or withdraw fiat directly from your Enaira wallet. An e-banker is always around your proximity. If you have an e-wallet, you're basically an e-banker. Or rather, if you have an Enaira wallet, you're e-banker. So DigiBank acts as a modern secure escrow service that protects our customers. User logs in with their e-wallet details, Enaira wallet details. You can basically do whatever you can do on your e-wallet on DigiBank, but then you're able to not only do that, but you're able to access fiat, withdraw deposits via e-bankers. E-bankers are basically DigiBank users. And then you can do easily QR code scan of withdrawals or deposits if you want. The market size, so we have over 45% banked populace, then we have 55 that are not banked. That is over 50% of Nigerians. And these are people that we need to get on board. Why should you use Enaira? There needs to be a value, and the value is actually capturing those people that don't have access to banks or access to the facilities. So we have a potential of over 120 million users in the next few years. The stack involves Angular, Node, Postgres, Cloud, Firebase, Netlify. This is the team members, and let me just take you through the demo quickly. I think it's open here. So DigiBank, obviously, to create an account with us, you register. But I think I have. I'm just trying to log in with this. So this call goes directly to Enaira. It logs you into your Enaira wallet and also logs you into our platform. So let's wait a while because it's connected directly to the API. It might be slow. I'll just go to a window that is already logged in. Okay, so this is what you see when you log in. You have a dashboard, shows you details, analytics of your transaction trends, obviously transaction inflows, outflows, and so forth and so on. So an e-banker, okay, you have multiple actions. You can obviously perform P2P transactions. You can find e-bankers around you. E-bankers are just people that have this DigiBank and they're willing to give you cash for you to transfer Enaira to them. Obviously, there's a security component, which is why we employ a protocol that allows us to hold your fund until both parties are in agreement. So you can obviously get your transaction statements and so forth and so on. Then there's the dashboard. So at the moment, this is what we have. We also have a messenger that allows you to not only contact or chat with your friends and family or your contacts. You can chat with e-bankers that are around your proximity. So security is of importance. That is why you can only deal with e-bankers in your proximity. In the case of you depositing Enaira to get cash or withdrawing your Enaira as cash, or rather depositing your cash to reflect as Enaira. So we are basically doing the job of a bank. But
thank you, Team 99. Sorry to interject. We'll be heading over now to the judges to ask their questions.
I have quite a number of questions. The first one is, and I do apologize if it comes across in a particular way. Do you have an Enaira wallet?
Yes, sir, I have an Enaira wallet.
Is it just me, or just the way I'm seeing your presentation, it seems to have quite a bit of what we have there already?
Well, Enaira wallet it's available to everyone. It's not just what you have already. The e-bank itself.
I'm just saying, do you agree there's quite a number of your features that are already available there?
Yeah, obviously, like I said, for you to be able to use this, you have to have an Enaira wallet. So it's leveraging on Enaira wallet, Enaira technology.
That's one. Two. You mentioned that you'll be holding value, that you're a digibank.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You do recognize that if you hold value, it becomes a regulated entity one way or the other?
Exactly. If a person is transferring money, Digibank as an entity has an Enaira wallet itself that just holds money until both parties that are transacting are satisfied.
I understand that bit, but automatically, but not just by the virtue of your name, is that you become a bank.
Yes, but only on the E environment.
That's your choice to be on the E platform, but you become a bank.
Correct? Yes, technically, yeah.
Okay. Technically, non-technically, you become a bank. Now, and if the additional value you add, because you've said, I haven't seen how you attract merchants. I haven't seen how you improve onboarding beyond what we already have. I don't see yet to see features dramatically different from what we already have. And you pitch as a bank, which is a clearly regulated space, and you know the licensing regime is very steep.
Well, if we don't look at it as a bank, but maybe as an IT firm, what Digibank does is that it will not only allow people to access their Enaira as fiat or vice versa, but also provides source of income, which is very, very attractive, whereby people are able to do these transactions for commissions in Enaira. And then they're also able to contribute to the boom. And I feel like it's a good addition to the industry at the moment. So, because we have POS vendors at the moment. So if you can easily, okay, for instance, you're in US, you want to come back to Nigeria, you have, you want to get Nigerian cash. You have Enaira in US, but you need cash so that you can go to the airport and sort yourself and transport yourself home. You look at the proximity around you, find if there are Enairas or anyone using this platform that can give you fiat for your Enaira. You go there, you meet the person, or you message the person, you send the money, the person is able to give you fiat until you've confirmed your satisfaction.
And in the interim, you hold value.
Well, we don't necessarily hold value. That's what I was saying.
Sorry, please.
We just facilitate the transaction.
Okay, I don't have much time. I'll just share with you how it works. Is either you're a payment service provider, you facilitate transfer, you don't hold value, or you hold value. There's nothing in between. Even for 1 second. If you hold value for 1 second, you are holding value. So you can't play both sides at the same time, just to give you some feedback. And now for you to move from Enaira to fiat on someone's behalf in the absence of a third party, automatically you become a bank as well, by default. If it's a case like you rightly said, that someone wants fiat currency and someone has fiat currency that you don't know who it is, and then you engage in a transaction of someone you don't know, and it turns out there's a problem with that money, I'm sure you're aware, you become partly liable for whatever that comes out of it. So
exactly.
So from my perspective is purely from a regulatory one, because that will be the space Digibank, if it gets a banking license, will be playing in. I think you've oversimplified that process. KYC is not a small matter, and those are just my immediate thoughts. Thank you.
Our customers have to have Enaira, and I feel like the KYC is already done during that process.
Thank you very much, Team 99. Please just take this as recommendations, to further advance your product ahead of the grand finale. So we're moving on to the next team. Team 8.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Yes. Just to confirm, this is Team 8?
Yes, this is Team 8.
Okay, can please go ahead and share your screen. Please remember you have 5 minutes and the grace of 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
We can see your screen. Your time starts now.
Okay. Yeah. So, our problem statement is how Enaira can be leveraged in different sectors of the economy for payment transparency and monitoring using programmable tokens. We try to drill down more on a more problem, which is intervention funds not reaching the intended targets. So we're not just making a claim; we have some literature to back our claim. And the pain point is, despite the efforts in intervention funds, majority of the masses in Nigeria still live in poverty. So what the market needs, the country desperately needs a system of payment where intervention funds reach targeted beneficiaries. So what's the solution? We thought about is, what if we can store, as if you have an Naira note, what if you can store a program on that Naira bill, and then it becomes a conditional payment where you, as the issuer of that Naira note, don't need to keep following the person you gave the Naira note. You are 100% sure that that program that you imprinted inside that Naira note will not allow the receiver of that note to spend it or to violate the condition you imposed on him when you gave him that Naira note. So such a solution already exists in the blockchain, as we all know, and they are programmable tokens. So I think what makes it easy to introduce such a solution into the banking space now is the introduction of the Enaira. So what we did is we created an Android app, which when you log in, you integrate to your Enaira wallet. And usually when you log in, this is what you see. You have your Enaira balance and you have your tokenized assets. Now, your tokenized assets are usually what those Enaira, or let me say, yeah, they have the same purchase value. So it's the same Enaira, but they have some conditions imposed on them. So they have some program imprinted on those tokenized assets. So usually when you want to send a payment on the app, this is what you get. You first select your beneficiary, and you can select the sector, the payment sector you want to bind the payment to. Now, this is just an example of the kind of programs you can develop and load onto that Android app. So the one we've done now is something like this, that you can impose that this money can only be paid to an account that is either healthcare account or agriculture or any other sector. Then it takes you to the select your source of fund. Now, if you have any Enaira in your wallet, you can choose to use some of those Enaira. And also, if you have tokenized assets, that is assets themselves that have some condition them, you can choose. Now, for the assets that the tokenized assets, you will have the total that you have here, and then you have the available, meaning it is only those ones within the total that agree or that do not violate this particular payment that you want to make that you can select, and then you choose your send now. So what are the benefits? Intervention funds can be programmed to ensure they are only valuable to intended receivers. funds meant for certain sectors of the economy can be ensured that they are spent within that target sector. And then it can boost trust within the, it can boost trust among all the participants in the payment system. So yes, there are also some hidden benefits you can always get with programmable tokens as seen on the blockchain space. Some are hidden because you can only uncover them when you implement. So use case, we have a certain use case example. So federal government wants to release intervention funds for agriculture, and they are giving it to some national microfinance bank. They send it to their Enaira account, but they program those funds and say these funds were given to this MFB is restricted. It can only be paid. Okay, it can only be paid by that.
Apologies on interjecting. You have 1 minute left. Please go straight to your demo so judges can ask you questions. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll do that. Okay, so this is what we have as the app. When you run the app, this is what you get. You log into the system. And you get your balance as usual. We don't really have much functionality, but these are some of the examples of the kind of payments we want to implement. We've already seen the sector-bound payment, which you select and bind a particular sector. There's also the third-party referee contract we get, but what it does is that you have a buyer and a seller, and they can choose a referee who stands as the authorizer. So the money doesn't go to the referee; it goes to the seller. But the referee can authorize, and he can come here to awaiting action and see all the actions as for the referee. Then the third one is multi-sig payment, where you send to a receiver, but then you attach some accounts, that is some people that have this particular app as signatories to that payment. So all the signatories have to go to awaiting action and authorize the money before the receiver receives it. So that's all the functionality we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team 8. The judges, please can ask the questions. For time, please can we restrict our questions. Time limit is 5 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, thanks for your presentation. I've looked at this and trying to balance why you have a referee. You said there's a referee, like a middleman between whoever is trying to make a payment or credit. Why do you have that, or don't you think that will elongate the process? Then also looking at this, you say it's it plugs into the Enaira platform, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what feature is this? Your solution supposed to be a standalone or an added feature to the Enaira itself, or what? So now what you're trying to, the gap you're trying to close is making use of tokens in place of your Enaira. So what value, or how do you determine the values of your token and then your Enaira balance? Because there was a slide you showed where you have your Enaira balance and your token balance. How do you determine that? Do you have a calculation or a metric behind that? And why do you need a middleman to do that reference? Because at the end of the day, what we are looking for is seamless banking.
Okay, I think maybe I must have mixed up everything in the presentation. What I meant is, you see, the one for the bind to sector, the payment you bind to sector does not need any authorization from any referee, because you see, such a payment is not time bound. So you cannot say somebody has to authorize. Once you send it, it goes directly and the person has it available under his tokenized assets. The other two I showed you in the app where we implemented, those two are just other two samples to show you that there are other types of payments, you can say other types of tokenized assets that you can still implement within the app. So for the one for the referee, for example, can be used by e-commerce websites, something like PayPal, something like eBay. If you buy something in eBay, you usually send the money directly to eBay. Now, rather than do that, you can actually send it to the seller, but then eBay, you select eBay as the referee. So eBay can authorize and say, okay, this person has met the contract, so we can release the money. But the difference between this and an escrow service is that eBay, you do not send the money to eBay. There is no time at all that it sends the money to eBay. Then there's a question about if it can stand alone. No, it cannot stand alone. Everything you see, even the tokenized assets, is still Enaira. It's the same Enaira. So everything, the only thing the app does is it keeps record of, okay, this person has so tokenized assets. And then on the Enaira side, there has to be some kind of suspense account where all the tokenized assets will be kept. I don't know if that answers the questions.
Okay, just a quick one, and this is really more on a contract-based question. I don't have the answer, but it's just a thought. In the event that when it comes across for approval, does it amount to a contract cancellation if you decline to effect to authorize the payment?
Yes, absolutely. There has to be that feature where if you do not meet the terms of the agreement, now it depends on what you program, that's what program you imprinted on that token. So whatever program you imprint on that token is what gets executed. So if you say, if the referee declines that this contract was not met, revert the money back to the buyer, that's the person that sent the payment in the first place, then that is exactly what will happen. It all depends on the program that gets run, that gets imprinted on the tokens.
Okay, my suggestion in that area is look into it a bit more, because you'll be probably find people ripping people off for no obvious reason, and there is no recourse one way or the other. I don't have an answer. It's just an area that makes a lot of people uncomfortable when a third party has to technically authorize a valid, or what seems to be a valid transaction, because value may have passed, asset has not moved across, and then you begin to unwind it. That means that the transaction itself is not, what's that word? There's a terminology used when you cannot reverse it, you must make it. No, not refund. Anyway, I'm sure you get the point I'm trying to make. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, team. So, just to confirm, your team is?
Team 8, grouped, real success, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Team 8. So, we'll move on to Team 44. Team 44, are you present? Team 44, Team Quantum.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, please share your screen. Once your screen comes up, your
team.
Team 44, please share your screen. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm trying to share that. So, can you send my screen now?
Poor network. Do you suppose for it to go somewhere where the network is better? We can't see your screen yet, though.
How about now?
No. Please click
Okay, please
the
hold on.
share
Please hold
button.
on. Wait. Yes, I already done that. Okay, can you see now?
Yes, yes, we can. Please
Okay.
go ahead. Your time starts now.
All right. So I'll start with the problem statement where, okay, so what the problem is actually to deepen the Enaira penetration in and across Nigeria while making it a de facto tool for transaction, not just locally, but also internationally, using the globally assigned e-wallets and e-cards to consummate this across Africa and the world. And another thing is that another problem we intend to solve, that is the local transaction, and we intend to deepen financial inclusion in Nigeria, which means that the unbanked too can also have access to the Enaira. Then we also another problem is that make for a faster, cheaper, transparent, and transparent solution across Africa, leveraging on the Africa and the PAPS gateway for Africa. So the pinpoint is that we have a very low banking inclusion in rural communities. We also have too many transactions done out of the banking system.
Team 44. If you're speaking, we actually can't hear you. So while Team 44 tries to sort out his network issue, he'll present last. Can we have Team 94? Can we have Team 94, please? Team 94. You can go ahead and share your screen and present. Okay. So 99 presented previously, 44 is currently presenting, but they're having network issues. Team 94 is not available. Team 15, are you present on the call? Team 15.
Yes, we are.
Okay, please go ahead and present.
Okay, thank you.
We can see your screen.
Okay.
Yeah, your time starts now.
Is it? Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Victor Falana. I have with me other team members, Sam Akomu, Diola Delacou, and other team members. The name of our product is called Peer Wheel. And, you know, one of the best ways to facilitate the acceptance and the adoption of Enaira is through the Nigerian retailers via e-commerce. And as we know, a lot of the SMEs are actually the ones that power the economy of any nation. So we've chosen a topic which is how Enaira can be adopted by SMEs and startups to create innovative products or enhance their existing services. So the tagline that we have for PeerWheel is we are the growth engine for the African retail shops. We provide the tools to make buying and selling seamless. So our problem statement. Retailers in Africa go through a lot of pain and struggle to buy, sell, restock, manage, and also scale their inventory. And, you know, we're referring to someone that owns a multi-branch supermarket to an average street seller that has a kiosk and sells products. So this set of audience lack access to credit facilities. They lack proper accounting software for their products to manage their businesses. They also lack the edge to have competitive pricing when it comes to their products. They have zero data analytics and management systems for their business. How this impacts Nigeria and Africa at large, this has a fragmented and painful business operations with the inability for these business owners to track, scale, or even expand their businesses because they're too busy trying to manage the business. We also have poor logistic ecosystem to even distribute basic FMCG products to the end retailers and by extension, the consumers as well. Also, like I've mentioned earlier, the power of any economy lies on the strength of its small and medium businesses. PeerWheel provides the tools to bolster the scalability of small and medium retailers in Africa. Now, breaking the problem down a little bit more. So, majorly the distributors and the retailers that work hand in hand to provide FMCG products to people, the general public, have a hard time sinking. The reason for that is because an average retailer works with about 10 different manufacturers or distributors. It takes them time to go ahead and talk to each manufacturers to get their products, buy it, and then bring it back to their shop in order to sell to the end buyers. The solution that we've brought on board is called PeerWheel, like I mentioned. Sorry, can you hear me? I think someone is...
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So our solution is an embedded finance retail growth engine that manages the income, expenditure, restocking, and inventory of all of this in one app. Now, what is the relevance? We're helping the retailers in Nigeria and Africa to seamlessly buy, sell, restock, and manage their inventory. What is our differentiating factor? We're an AI-powered automated product restock feature that's already added to our product. So with a single tap of a finger, a retailer can now restock all their products at a go. And also our product also includes an inventory management system that helps this retailer to manage the inventory that they buy and sell. We now have also Enaira Restock Card. And what this means to the average retailer in Nigeria.
Apologies on interjection. You exceeded your 5 minutes. You have 1 minute, so please go ahead to your demo.
Okay. So the Enaira Restock Card would help every retailer to be able to restock their shop with the power of Enaira. And these are some of the features that we also have within PeerWheel. We have Peer B2B, Peer Basket, Peer Pay, the PeerWheel Restock Card, and the PeerWheel Agents. These agents are actually actual people in the streets of Lagos that we've employed, helping us to also power and make our business also grow. So this is the demo. This is a I think can you still see my screen?
You can just see the solution, not the demo.
Okay. For some reason that just went off. Okay, but this is the. Can you see how does the solution work, Sam?
No, we just see the solution. So just the slides. Is it possible to just pull up just the demo?
Thank you,
Maybe we should
Team 15. We've currently run out of time. We're moving on to the judges. Again, please, judges, restrict your questions to a certain limit. We have 5 minutes to manage time. Thank you.
Yeah, we didn't get enough time to deep dive into the solution itself. However, I was able to pick something I want you to unveil. I saw one of the features, Pale Baskets. Can you touch that? Can you expand that a little bit?
Yes, thank you. Yes. So the Peer Basket is an AI-powered automation that allows the retailer to restock their shop on our all-in-one mobile app. Now, with the power of also the Enaira restock card, which serves as a virtual card that they can use, they can actually top up and use to restock their products.
Thank you.
If I can add to that for 1 second. So Peer Basket is a generalization of the idea of market basket analysis, but contextualized to the Nigerian marketplace and retailers for some of the activities they do. So meaning that we have a learning model that kind of learns these preferences and tries to kind of compute under the cover co-occurrence frequencies, and then we use that to recommend things that they need to buy together that would drive better performance for them in terms of the expectations.
All right, thank you. I have one question for you. As I was listening to your presentation, I was thinking in my head, because for this hackathon and generally for the objective of promoting, Enaira adoption, can you kind of educate us on how you think your solution would kind of drive the adoption of Enaira? And I'm asking because it's supposed to be a two-way thing. Number one, in terms of how you leverage Enaira to provide the solution, but also how the solution you are providing also drive the adoption of Enaira. So how do you think your solution would help that to achieve that?
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, right, the number of retailers that we have in Lagos alone, it's over 15,000, and these are just major retailers, right? And these people are very, very critical to the economy of Nigeria. And what we're trying to do is to leverage. So, for instance, Peerwheel does have about 5,000 out of those currently that are on our platform. And what we're trying to do is to leverage Enaira and make those people actually understand the power behind it and be able to use it. And also, they can also tell their customers, their end customers, about Enaira. And that's why we've implemented things like Enaira restock card, because these retailers can now use those virtual cards or even physical cards to restock their products for their shops.
Yeah, beyond that is that people have to understand that what Enaira, the advantage of Enaira, right? So at the mass level, not as a technology product. Like, why should I use Enaira? Except, of course, Enaira is going to become Bitcoin. We have to kind of gather support for Enaira at the mass level. And I think that just integrating this into the retail life cycle in Nigeria is definitely going to achieve those purposes for Enaira. So there is definitely a massive opportunity to collaborate here, because Like you said, we have 5,000 retailers on our platform right now, and we're expanding rapidly, and we definitely hope to have at least 40% of the market cap in the next 16 months. So for sure, we want to promote Enaira.
Much Team 94.
Can I finish my statement, please? I just have one more thing to say, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we don't have much time, sadly. Thank you very much. Team 44, are you ready? Have you sorted your connectivity issues?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen now.
This is Team 44.
Yes, it's Team 44. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So let me share my screen. Sorry. Can you see my screen now? Hello, can you see my screen?
No, what we have is a screen broadcast. Is that what you're showing?
No, I actually shared my presentation.
No, we're not seeing your screen yet.
Okay, let me redo this.
So what's the name of your solution so we can share for you while you present?
Oh, okay. All right, quantum solution. Quantum. I'm trying to share again, please.
Okay.
Can you see now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, so I'll just start from where I stopped the other time. Or should I start over?
No, you can go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Okay. All right. So the pain point here is that we're looking at the pain point is that we have very low banking inclusion in rural communities. Then we also have too many transactions done outside of the banking system, which is causing minimal transparency. Then we also have difficulty in moving funds across Africa, round tripping of FX and high dualized rate cap. And we also have high bank charges on retail customers. That is Enaira to Enaira for free. So the current solution that we have currently is the excessive cash transactions. We have the POS terminals, and we have high conversion rates. So what our solution is bringing to the table? Okay, so our relevance is our solution brings much more customer on board, which is why we are in this hackathon in the first place, to make sure that we have as many people to come on board using the Enaira, so that it gives access to key currency for import and export without first converting to dollars. Then also it allows full national transacting while linking all our bank accounts via direct connection or via debit cards to your Enaira wallet, making it a single application to carry out local or foreign transactions. So our differentiation is for everyone, it allows a way for family in diaspora to send funds via this same e-wallet. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just we're struggling to hear you for a bit. Seems your network is.
Can you still hear me?
So, because of time, we're going to move on to another team while you sort out your connectivity issue. Team 94, are you ready to go?
Yeah, we are here.
Okay, Team 94, you can share your screen and present.
All right, thank you very much. Please, confirm if you can't see my screen right now. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Oops. Sorry.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Okay, so I got on the.
Can you see right now?
Presentation.
No, not yet.
Is this sharing right now? Oh. That's great. I think it's my Mac. Oh, this is crazy. Okay, just wait. Let me try to share window instead. So sorry about this. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. We are very grateful for this opportunity. I mean, it's amazing seeing the best minds in the country coming to brainstorm out to move us forward. So I want to present to you Rebase, and we are unlocking the Enaira. Just to give a kind of background, even though they say we are a third world country, we have one of the most sophisticated payment systems in the world. In 2020, we beat the US, in real-time transaction by $7 billion. And it's projected that this year we're going to hit $12.1 billion in digital transactions. Basically means we are doing a lot of digital transactions. And with the rollout of the Enaira, there's a lot of expectation that this thing should go parabolic. So, but that is basically not happening right now. So despite being so powerful, the Enaira suffers very low adoption volume. Of course, this basically means people still have to pay relatively high fees on transactions. They still have to endure all the pains of centralized switches, like InterSwitch and the rest. And another crazy thing right now is all the benefits of the peer-to-peer network, like crowdfunding and the rest. These people cannot get access to it just yet. And just to also provide a context, the Enaira itself doesn't really earn any interest. So this makes it unappealing as a store to store your value temporarily or anything. It's unappealing because it doesn't really earn any interest. And we've been talking a lot about making that Enaira has this cross-border ability. But the question is, even if you send Enaira to someone in the US right now, how do they get value from it? Because exchangeability is exchanging value. So we really, to be able to solve this problem of adoption of Enaira, we needed to look into all of this. And then we were able to really identify what was the major cause, why is the adoption volume low? Of course, there are so many reasons that came up, but the one we found obviously is that a lot of people are skeptical about this technology. About this product. People don't trust it. Immediately we identified this problem, we knew exactly what we needed to do, and that's why we are rolling out Rebase. The idea of Rebase is to enable people use the Enaira in ways they are familiar with. To do this Rebase job, we have three components. The first is what we call the Rebase protocol. So the Rebase protocol basically enables seamless bridging of fiat currencies to Enaira at transaction time, meaning someone can initiate a transaction in fiat, but this thing is going to route via the Enaira network. We also have what we call the Naira Lightning Network, basically an interconnection of all entities running an instance of the Rebase protocol. And then we have what we call the Rebase suite. So the Rebase suite basically uses this distributed ledger technology and provides various services. One of them is a Lightning card. Lightning card is basically a kind of card that you can use to do all your normal fiat transactions. The good thing about the Rebase protocol is that it puts fiat and Enaira in a pool at equilibrium. This is very common in Web3 for those of us in the blockchain space. So it puts fiat and Enaira at equilibrium so that you have any of each, you can get value at any of each in real time. So we can leverage the Lightning card to get value as if Enaira was fiat. And also, if we have fiat, we can leverage and get value across all Enaira functionalities. Then we have the Rebase Lend. Rebase Lend basically provides a way for SMEs and businesses to be able to request crowd funds via the Rebase protocol. So people can afford SMEs running an instance of the Rebase protocol at an agreed interest rate. When the time elapsed, they are supposed to pay. If they don't pay, it's removed from their pool on the protocol. Then we have Rebase Save, where people can crowdfund to fund a Rebase pool in the protocol. I think I can dive into all of this anyway, not to waste more time. So what are the benefits of Rebase? First of all, it's Enaira adoption. When we say Enaira adoption, we are not talking about people having Enaira in their wallet. We're talking about people using Enaira to route transactions, because that's what adoption really means. It's not by being a static wallet. Rebase does that. Then, of course, we bring about new business opportunities, because everybody running an instance of the Rebase protocol are just like what POS has done to finance right now. Anybody can set it up, run an instance of it, and then allow transactions to route and take tiny fees. Of course, in terms of cross-border value, you see this Rebase protocol, the fiat here doesn't have to be Naira. It could be any currency with an exchange oracle feeding in what the price difference should be. So I can walk us through a lot of practical cases. I can tell us how it works shortly. Let me just continue because of time. So just to give us an overview of the market size, Already, like I said, this year we are projected to hit 12.15 billion by Statista. If we take 1% of that, that means in a year we could be close to about 40 billion of transactions, right, routing through entities running an instance of the rebase protocol. And we're very confident we could hit this 1% because adoption of rebase is adoption of Enaira. The value proposition is clear, and the market dynamics is moving towards digitization. So everybody's moving towards this high speed and low cost. So our unique selling points to anybody trying to come to our protocol is easy and clear. You implement an instance of the rebase protocol, you are charged no fee, but you make profit. So the source of it's a source of direct profit to all those running an instance. For customers, it's frictionless because they still have to, everything they do is normal. We're not asking them to move money to a new wallet to do something. They can initiate transactions via fiat, and all these things are routed. So we're basically like routing transactions using Enaira itself, but keeping some record on our own ledger. I can show us how we go to market. I mean, it's clearly written here.
Hi, Team 94, interjecting here. Apologies. Yeah, you have exceeded your 5 minutes. You have a grace of 1 minute to showcase your demo.
All right. So, yeah, thank you very much. And I can also show you like the tech stack we used, amazing tech stack. And then we have like some of the best teams from this hackathon. Thank you so much. And then let me just walk you like through what we have so far. So basically, we are like majorly a backend stuff, smart contracts and a lot of stuff, at the backend. So you might not really see much. But just to give you an idea, this is like our website. A registered merchant can come to Rebase and set up a Rebase account. And then we provide him an ID via which he can do a lot of API stuff, create his own pool, and do a lot of stuff. So we have an example of take a number right now. So let's say a number, which is an OFI, is running an instance on the Rebase protocol, right? So we add number and CUDA here, running an instance on the Rebase protocol, and then their users, basically what the idea is that their users, when they initiate a transaction in fiat, number calls Rebase protocol to send that transaction in Enaira to CUDA. So there's really nothing much like to talk about. I would just really wait for questions in case there are things to be clarified. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Team 94. We're going to go to the judges. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Okay, hi.
Yeah,
just confirm you can hear me.
Okay. Yeah, we can. Go ahead,
All right.
please.
Okay, great stuff. When you started out, you mentioned a couple of issues affecting the adoption of Enaira. One of them was this does not accrue any interest, right? And a couple of other issues that typically take the adoption. But while going through your presentation, I don't see how your solution directly addresses those issues. Okay. So could you maybe list it out, or I missed it, but take me back in time.
All right. So in our Rebase suite, we have Rebase Lend. I mean, this is common for those of us in Web3. So Lend basically provides a way for day-to-day people to crowdfund SMEs at an agreed interest rate. So an SME right now is running an instance of the Rebase protocol, but needs 1 million naira to do something. They don't need to come to banks or anything to take a loan. They raise in a smart contract, they raise a request for crowdfund. People crowdfund them at an agreed interest rate. And once it's the day and time, the smart contract pays everybody back. Now, what happens if the entity defaults? It picks it out of the entity's Rebase pool. So people right now can earn through their Enaira. So I have Enaira, we can crowdfund a Rebase pool. Then the other thing we also talk about, we can crowdfund an SME to be able to do what he wants to do, and then this thing, smart contract pays us back in an initiated way. Another thing we have is also the Rebase Save. So this Rebase pool that people are using to route transactions,
excuse me.
Not everybody...
Sorry, 1 second. Can we just say, I hope just a figure to it. So an SME has a wallet here, correct? Right. Thank you. And all of us here have wallets, right?
Exactly. On Rebase.
Hold on.
Yeah, on Rebase, yes.
Okay. So the SME wants to raise 10 million naira, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yeah.
Crowdfunding?
Yeah, boss.
Okay. There's a smart contract. So what does Rebase do? Is it that Rebase asks the SME to bring 10 million and keep until in the event if there's a default they'll still repay those that brought the money? Or what does Rebase actually do in between the SME? Who raises the smart contract, the SME or a third party or Rebase, since I'm sure it's not any of us in the room?
All right. So Rebase has like this smart contract for lending already. So anybody can call the function there to initiate a request. So there's a factory contract.
A request to do what?
For crowdfund from people, yeah.
So the SME has called Rebase
for
and wants to raise 10 million.
Good interest rate.
So the SME
yes,
has
exactly. We have some API calls.
So an SME has So an SME has called Rebase. They wants to raise 10 million, right?
Exactly, sir. Yeah.
Okay. The Rebase arranges to issue smart contracts to all of us in the room to contribute to fund the crowd.
Okay. Yeah. Let me mention something, sir. Sorry. So before you can raise this smart contract, you have to be like a Rebase entity. So a Rebase entity is basically an entity running an instance of the Rebase protocol. So the Rebase protocol, of course, like I mentioned, is this protocol that allows direct bridging of fiat to Enaira transaction time. So a bank can run it to route their own transactions for people to another bank. Another FI can run it. But the idea is, being a Rebase entity, you can be an SME, and you have money sitting in liquidity pools. Yeah. I'm with you, sir. I'm hearing you, sir. Sorry, my network is lagging. Hello, sir. I'm with you.
It's just we don't have much time. Leave the bank out of it first. Yeah. So the SME wants to raise 10 million. It triggers the API that you referred to Rebase. Rebase raises smart contracts, right?
Yes, boss.
Makes it available where for us to know that there's someone looking for 10 million.
Exactly. Yeah.
How would I know there's a 10 million? There's a crowdfunding
to be raised or a crowdfund.
Yes.
Okay, so that is why we have basically the Enaira Lightning Network, right? So this Enaira Lightning Network basically is made up of all network entities across this Rebase protocol. So this crowdfund requests basically are put there out on various platforms. So the SMEs that has that's requesting this, of course, this is triggered across all channels, but the SMEs also can begin to raise this to everybody that, look, we have this API from Rebase. You can crowdfund us, and of course, because Rebase uses smart contracts, you know you are going to get your money back. So public announcement can be made, but this, of course, is passed through all the Lightning Network again. So, of course, trigger this. Everybody on Lightning Network has this information.
Okay, so somehow the public is aware there's a smart contract by the SME, right? So
yes, exactly.
Who superintends over this contract, because it's a legally binding arrangement? If that makes sense.
So this contract right now, everything is basically the power of Web3. The code is law. We have already rewritten this smart contract and maybe presented this to CBN to review. I want to validate that this kind of
leave us out of it. We don't do retail. Leave us out of it first.
All right. No. But we've like people have reviewed it. Experts in this space have reviewed it and they trust it. So this smart contract is deployed there on the distributed ledger. So it will run the way it has been written to run. So nobody needs to supersede it. Smart contract will run. Even we that deployed it can't change it anymore. So it will run as it's supposed to run, what it has been audited.
Thank you.
Yes, boss. Thank you so much.
Very much, team. Can we have team 68 now? Thank you, team 94. Can we have team 68?
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes. Good evening. Let me share my screen. I'm coming. Don't know if you can see my screen. Please, can you see my screen?
Not yet, team 68. Your screen is not up. Okay, it's coming up now. You can go ahead and present. For time, I would suggest you focus more on the solution, your demo, than the problem statement. Your time starts now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Our topic is how Enaira can be adopted by SMEs and startups to create innovative products or enhance their existing services. We're a team comprising of 3. My name is Basi Kufre. The project overview. SMEs and startups are usually faced with the challenge of accessing or leveraging resources in order to scale up existing services. So we are looking at SMPs who already have services, or perhaps those who want to come on board. Our goal is to extend the existing capabilities of the Enaira API to create seamless integration and simplify, complex business ideas. We're going to achieve this by, creating several APIs or merging existing APIs, and thus we simplify the data integration approach, and thereby opening new doors for SMEs and startups. So pain points is as a startup or an SME, sometimes it's very problematic when you're creating a solution and you have to incorporate several APIs together. It can be time consuming. Most times certain APIs can be so complex that you need to employ some very developers to do that, and in the absence of those skillful developers, you might have some technical debt, and even access to resources seem to be limited. So what we intend to do is that we'll be making APIs, simplify APIs that Enaira already have. Sometimes we'll have to merge these APIs together so that you don't need to call several APIs to perform a task. You can just call one API that will get the task done. So the relevance of this is that SMEs and startups can have more access to resources. They do not need to hire the best of the best developers, which may be very expensive. So we are trying to simplify some of the existing APIs. What we are doing differently is we are creating seamless integration of the Enaira. We already have some samples which we merge several APIs into a single API. So startup and SMEs can easily incorporate this into their existing application or into their existing solution. So take a use case, for example. Ado John Sule is a tech company, a startup, or perhaps an SME, and recently they are tasked by an outsourcing firm that recruits Nigerians to foreign clients. So they want to fish out non-Nigerians from even applying from their portal. So you're on their portal now, they want to detect if you're in Nigeria. So how it will be done is perhaps you're going to enter a NIN. It's possible for anybody to pick any NIN to enter, for example. So if they are going to enter their NIN, international passport or whatever that shows that they are Nigerians, of course, if they have one. We also have the ability to upload their pictures, and then our API will fetch the picture that is stored in the Enaira and then compare it against the uploaded picture, or perhaps the web camera that they use in taking the picture. So we're going to compare this. So these are some of the, technologies we have. Yes. Hello? Okay, sorry, that's not coming from me. So let me just quickly go ahead and demo the sample of the application for you. Please, can you confirm you can see my screen? Let me use, hello?
Yes, we can.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. We can see your screen.
Okay. Okay, sorry. So this is a card verification system, for example. With all these APIs, take for example, Enaira have about 5 APIs to get each of these. So each of these have one API. So what we did now, we merged all these APIs into one. So you just have a single call, because a careful look at all of these APIs, you find out that they have something common, which is usually their number. So why do we need to separate them? Why do I have to call 5 separate APIs to get this done? So we decided to merge them together. So for example, I want to verify a driver. I pick the driver, I drop in his, so just imagine this is a smart tech, a startup or an SME that incorporate this into their solution. So when they click verify, for example, it will fetch the ID or the passport attached to this number, and also populate the rest of the data. Sorry, it's coming up. So this is exactly what is in the API, the image. So now you can also, if you come to create account, for example, we can consume the same resources that we have here. I want to create an account for a client or so. If I click fetch data, it will also populate the same person's information and then his picture or his passport photo. If you scroll down the page, you see where you click create bank account. So I don't need to give the user a form to fill to get all these details. Why do I have to replicate data when I've already created my NIN, I've registered for my international passport, my BVN, all my values, my data are everywhere. So why do I need further information to create a bank account, for example? So if I click create bank account, for example, now, it will create this person's bank account. I think in the API it says it's an access account. So this is the account that has been created, and you have the account number and everything. If you come to customer list, you find out that we now have this person in our list. Now, what we are also thinking of, for example, is we can simplify the process. In Enaira right now, you can just make single payments. But what if we simplify the process for you to upload a CSV? So imagine this is the list of all the staff you want to pay. You can just select each of them. If they're up to 20, you select, and then you can initiate payments, directly. So we are looking at such solution to simplify the process. Like I said, if we're able to scale through the pre-finals, we will be able to give you a final completion of our card verification system, where when a picture is uploaded, we'll merge it against the camera or the picture we are getting from a web camera, or perhaps an uploaded picture, and then use our face match technology to verify if that picture matches exactly with the one we fetch via the BVN or any of the card system.
Thank you very much, Team 68. Sorry to interject, but because of
Thank
time,
you.
you've exhausted your 5 minutes and your 1 minute grace. So moving on to the judges to ask questions.
Okay.
Okay, Team 68.
Yes, sir.
What's your problem statement? What category did you fall into?
Okay, we fall into enabling Enaira. Let me just share it. Our category falls into how Enaira can be adopted by SMEs and startups to create innovative products or enhance their existing service. So to create and to enhance.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great
Yes.
stuff. Now,
Yes.
from what you walked us through, right? Where is Enaira in that entire journey?
Okay, fine. All the information you see on screen that are fetched from the Enaira platform. So what we just demoed to you is the ability for us to use the existing APIs, merge several APIs together, create a seamless approach. For example, I just showed you how we put a driver's license number, and it was able to fetch the driver's photo. So imagine a security system wants to do facial verification. They can compare that picture that is fetched out from the Enaira API to an existing photo that is uploaded, or a photo that is captured from a webcam. That can create a new level of opportunities for startups or SMEs. So we are leveraging on Enaira, APIs available on Enaira, want to modify them, or perhaps merge them should the need be, to create a seamless solution that SMEs and startups can tap into it. For example, we have Microsoft Azure, which is generating a lot of income for Microsoft now. It's the use of APIs that startups can easily integrate into and then get their job done.
Team 68, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Onboarding is a one-off event, right?
Yes, Sorry, when you mean, I didn't get that. Can you come again, sir? Sorry.
To get a wallet, you do it just once. Once you have the wallet, that's it, yeah?
Yes, for example, we can create a wallet for a merchant, and he can use that to make bulk payments. For now, what we have is a merchant can pay one at a time. But imagine that a startup needs a situation whereby they can upload a CSV of their staff salary, and that payment is done instead of you doing one at a time.
Hold on. Just walk with me here.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you've used merchants and SMEs as those that will benefit on an ongoing basis. So it's the ongoing basis I'm trying to... What you're presenting is interesting. It's something that, if there was more time, you could clarify further. But it seems to be towing the line of an ongoing process with income stream and combining 5 APIs. Now...
Sorry, sir, you didn't get... I just gave you a sample. That this is a sample of what we have, where we merge 5 APIs. So we can go ahead and, if given the opportunity, imagine that we create an API that can do verification at once. So we are simplifying what we already have, like extending what Enaira already have, so that startups can. I want to create a solution now. I don't need to reinvent the wheel. I'll just go into Enaira. Oh, Enaira has a face match technology where you put in your BVN or your NIN number. It fetches the passport attached to it. I can now do a face match with
Enaira platform
Yes.
is not for BVN or team verification or validation, is it?
They have, Enaira has, what I just presented to you is not a hand-coded value. It's something that is actually fetching from Enaira platform. What I just demoed to you, the developers can confirm that the pictures and everything you see there are fetched exactly from the API you made available. The onboarding, the BVN and whatever, passport and all the rest, those pictures you see there, those images are not a hard-coded stuff. They were actually fetched using the Enaira platform. Hello?
Thank you
Hello?
very much, Team 68. There are no further questions for you. So we'll go on to the second to the last presentation of the day, Team 7. Team 7, are you ready to present? Okay. Moving on, Team 44. Do you have better connectivity? Are you ready to go now?
Yes, I'm ready to go now.
Okay, please go ahead and share your screen.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, Adiola, you are here. Please just share the screen.
Yes, please go and go straight to the
Adiola.
demo, Team 44. Just go straight to the
Okay,
demo.
let me just. Okay. Please show the demo. Just open the demo, please. Adiola.
Okay, we can see your screen. I think you can proceed.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so what we intend to do actually is to, so as anybody who try to sign up with us, once they hello.
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Team 54, please go ahead. Team 44, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so what we intend to do is, as soon as anybody comes into our app and then downloads our app, so once they provide their details, like say for the BVN, we can just call the API for the BVN. Gives us all their details. So once we have their details, we can easily just create an Enaira wallet for them. So what we intend to do is, even if if the person doesn't have a wallet, Enaira account or wallet account before, we'll check from the API we call. So once we verify that they don't have a Enaira wallet, we can, if they don't have Enaira, so we can just create immediately for them. So it means that inside this single app, they can have their Enaira attached to all their bank details. So to all their banks, in as much that they have the same BVN across all their accounts. So what we now intend to do is we create this app, allows them to be able to do forex, that is foreign exchange, like from the Enaira to Enaira or to US dollar. So that is doing direct conversion rate using the same using CBN's rate instead of the black market, because that is what we actually intend to eradicate. Then we also have the merchant aspect that allows allows users to also create an app, create an account for those who are in the rural areas. Like, okay, if an old woman whose son sent or intend to send money to from probably Lagos, our merchant who has this application on his phone can actually collect the mama's number, then create an account using the mama's phone number. Then the transaction will be that, because that is what we intend to do. That is include those who are unbanked. So with that, we can easily create an Enaira account for them, which means even in the rural areas, as we don't have much people using Enaira now, there will be, from that action, we can have so many Enairas for them. We can have many people entering into the Enaira using the Enaira platform. So that's what we intend to do.
Thank you very much, Team 44. I'll just go straight to the judges, please, to ask your questions.
Amelie?
So there are no questions for you from the judges, Team 44. Can we have Team 7 if they're still on the call?
Yes, we are here. Good evening.
Okay. Please go ahead and share your screen.
I believe you can.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen.
Currently, our screen is shared. I believe so. Even while
we are yet to see it. What we have on the screen is Team 44's demo.
So let's reshare it in just a second.
Okay, we can see your screen now. I suggest you just go straight to your demo and then walk us through the benefits to your problems, the solution to your problem statement. Your time starts now. Team 7. Team 7, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. You're probably on mute. Team 7, you're on mute. Kindly share with us what problem it is you're having, as your time is currently running.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so my name is James.
Hello, James. What team are you representing? Hi, James. Are you representing Team 7? You're muted if you're speaking. You need to mute yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm having a little technical issues with my network. So, from my screen, you can see that we have a login page. So basically, the essence of the system we've built.
We can't see your screen. Hi James, you're on mute. You're mute. Please unmute yourself. We can't see your screen as well.
Sincere apology on behalf of the team. He's back now, please. So maybe I can take up from here. So if you can log
sorry,
in.
hold on. What team is this? Because this demo is a demo of the previous team.
Team 7. Team 7.
Is this the screen you're sharing?
Yes, we shared our screen while they were making their presentation. I don't know, because we were called to share our screen, we shared it and somehow timed out.
Your screen is currently showing is that of team 44.
No, it's for team 7. My colleague is sharing the screen, I'm doing the talking. So if you can log in, please. If you can hear me, Uche, log in, please.
Okay.
Yes. Apologies for the mix-up. Apologies. So what we are providing as a solution is a platform where every Enaira card, every Enaira owner can have a virtual card to make payments across board. You basically fund your card.
Hello, Team 7. What is the solution you're proposing? What's the name of
we
the
call
solution?
it Naira Pay, Naira Virtual Card. So it's called Naira Pay, like MasterCard, Visa card, and the rest. So our solution, the problem statement is
Team
how
44.
Enaira
Sorry,
can
please
use.
hold on. Team 44 did mention quantum wallet. So it appears that while Team 44 was presenting, they had started sharing their screen. So what we saw, the purple screen, was Team 44. Yes.
Yes, so this is our screen actually. So
please go ahead, continue.
We are proposing an Enaira virtual card. So maybe as time goes on, it can be translated into a printed card that can be used across, like it will compete like the likes of MasterCard, Visa card, and Verve card. So you fund your virtual card from your Enaira wallet. So basically, we utilize the Enaira API to fund this particular account. So you can see our total balance currently. Pardon us that we are using the $sign. It's just a mix up there. You can see NGN up there and the $sign down the box. It's just some little correction that will be done because we're trying to just fast track and meet up time. So once your card is funded and you want to make transfer, can you go to the transfer screen, please? Or, okay, let's demo the funding of the account process. This funding your card process. This amount is going to be debited from your Enaira wallet. So let's say we are funding this card with 1,000 or 10,000 value. You can confirm the amount. So once it's confirmed, these are in the virtual card and spending for a while, then the transaction is successful. So the balance will change automatically. So our value has increased to 14,000. Before now, you were seeing 4,000. So let's make a transfer to somewhere outside the country. So you enter the amount you want to transfer to that particular user. And if the currency is US dollar, you can select or euro, rand, or ruby. We are using this particular value if we have an international relationship with those particular country. We are trying to target to and leveraging on some APIs also that are very much available already to make this conversion at a speedy rate. So that user will request a means of payment. We've been able to identify some key payment platform that we want to have partnership with. So take, for example, PayPal, which you can select other payment lists that we have there. So InterSwitch or StripPay. So any of these partners that we have, once you select a partner, the unique identifier that is needed to make this payment will be presented to the user. So if the unique identifier is your phone number, email, or a wallet ID, so you enter that particular wallet identity. Once you enter it, currently we are entering a random number. Let's say the PayPal username is Daniel, as is entering there. So once you enter that particular username, you confirm the payment. So once the payment is confirmed, the value of that as is converted immediately, the exact converted CBN standard conversion rate will be applied, and the recipient will receive the exact figure that he's supposed to receive. And at that instant, I will know the exact amount I'm paying my client before it's been debited. Oftentimes, we are being debited from our account. Then it's after the debit is done before we know the exact amount that was debited. So this Enaira initiative will take away that bottleneck out of it. So the transaction is confirmed, and immediately and instantly, because of the connection we have via an API, the receiver at the other end will receive his amount, and the amount will be debited. You can see the figure that was here before has reduced to this value because we have funded that account with this from our funded account from our balance, from the balance on our wallet. So another way we thought about it is to make it like a way we can pay. You can see these are transaction history of what just happened. These were the demo we did before now. What we just did, you can see, scroll up to the last transaction we just performed. So this is the last transaction we just performed. If you fund an account, you see it in green. If you pay it out, you see it in red. So you can scroll to the last transaction we just performed. So the funding of 14,000, you can see it there, and the payout we made, you can see it there. I don't know if you are scrolling to the right part, but that is okay. We funded our account with this value, and the transfer to this account, you can see that the last base there. Then you can go to the product page. There's another beautiful thing we introduced also for vendors or asset owner across borders. So if you have a sneakers you want to sell, you are based in Ghana cities, and I want to I like these sneakers, I can easily purchase this this particular item, and I'll be paying in my Enaira coin fund, Enaira from my Enaira wallet, paying you in your own currency. So the receiver is receiving this money in his currency, and I'm paying from my. I don't need to go through the BDC or have the bottleneck of not knowing the value that I'll be debited at that moment. So we are trying to inculcate both the use of Enaira to make instant payment.
Thank you very much, Team 7. Sorry to interject, but you have exceeded your 5 minutes, an additional 1 minute, and the grace of 30 seconds for the little interruption that happened. Yes, so we'll head over to the judges for questions.
It appears to be an interesting proposition. Just for some clarifications, who will have the dollar that will be made available, delivered at the other end?
The third party that we are partnering with, PayPal, has the dollar that we are paying the other ends.
PayPal will be operating.
I didn't get you, sir. If you are using PayPal, if you are using InterSwitch, they made available those currency.
InterSwitch.
InterSwitch or any of those partners we are partnering with is a proposition to make to partner with all those third party, because if you look through our documents, the third party enjoy a percentage
no, it's not the
charges that
it's not. I'm not talking about the commercials. I'm talking about who delivers the dollar or the foreign currency on your
third party.
So this time, okay, maybe some of the questions we'll ask some of the other presenters is: are you providing the technology, or are you a forex or international payment entity?
James.
Yeah.
Can I answer?
Okay, a partner, my colleague will answer that, sir.
Yes, please.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Basically, we are building our product on a technology. That's the Enaira app. You understand? That's the Enaira wallet. We are building our technology on our product on the Enaira wallet. That's the visual card. That's to facilitate cross-border transfer.
Yes.
In essence, yeah, can you hear me?
Please go on.
Yes, in essence, with the fund you have in your Enaira using visual card, you can make transfer to other places such as we have the to the US, UK, and what have you, and to be delivered to them through the means of transfer being sent to you, the means of account being sent to you either through InterSwitch, through PayPal, or any means of account being sent to you. You can make transfer to them. We are a product building on a technology. The technology there is the Enaira. So we are just adding value to the Enaira with the visual card we provide.
I understand. I understood all that. Okay, let me give you an example. If you transfer money through one of the commercial banks today, they debit your account for the local component, correct? And they deliver the foreign currency to your designated account on the other side. The counterparty that facilitates it on behalf of your local bank is the correspondent bank. And while it works, that your local bank has an account there that has money, dollars, or whatever the foreign currency is on the other side, and instructing them to please debit my account over there on your behalf and credit your designated account. Okay? So it's the bank that owns the foreign currency and simply just substituting it for local Naira to make it available to you. So in this instance, you are both the platform and an agent. And I come to you that I want to pay someone in US dollars, right? Now, and my source of funding in local currency is my Enaira, which you all know. So my question is, who delivers the other leg? Yes, the other leg, in whatever form that it gets there. Are you with us?
Yes, we are with you. We are with you, sir. Okay. The partners we are talking to have proven over time that this service are available, and though some services are not currently available in Nigeria, but with this technology that we are proposing, it will give a kind of credibility to and a seamless process of transacting business with our directly with our regulators. So
I understand.
The other leg there,
James,
I understand.
We are collaborating with banks. Yes, sir. This is what we are doing. We are collaborating with banks, with international banks, to do that. In essence, Enaira is being adopted in Nigeria. It's been adopted in Nigeria. So the means of transfer we are using through the third party. We are collaborating with banks, and the visual card we want to use. We want to collaborate with a credible visual company, such as the Visa card, because of the trust they have. They built with other.
Okay. So the reason I'm only intervening is, I've gotten some messages that it seems as if I'm a difficult judge. But I'm only just sharing with you that some things are not as simple as they seem. I'm not saying that your product is not good. But when it comes to cross-border transactions or international payments, it's not that straightforward. You get? So I'm not knocking your products. I'm just saying, have you thought about the other leg? Because, for example, if I have an account here and I have an account over there, there's no problem. It's my money both ways. If your money is with a trusted, well-known, established whoever, you must have an account with them and have money with them. Because if they transfer their money on your behalf, how do they get their money back? Because you have taken a position locally in Enaira, and they're not necessarily interested in having, unless they say, okay, we would like to have a basket of currencies, and one of them is Enaira. I didn't even understand what I mean now. So I'm not knocking it. I'm just, once it comes to cross-border transactions, whether payment, whether remittance, whether trade, whatever name you call it, it gets a bit more complicated, which is why at the moment, IMTOs that we have even licensed to facilitate inbound transfers, even how we deal with how they do the local component is still an area we're still discussing up till now. Now, there's the issue of the rate. Who determines the rate? There's nothing like CBN rate. There's I&E window, there's I&E window, and any other rate you might find anywhere else. Who determines what it will be? Because at some point, the essence of the whole transaction is that nobody is worse off. Do you get me now? And for those that are also observing, most of my comments are when it comes to international transaction, they are not really that straightforward. So at some point, you need to decide whether you are deploying a technology that someone that's in that space already will utilize, or you are both the technology person and the agent. Then you step into a regulated space. So it helps if you do a bit more research just to be sure which side of the divide you are playing in, or you are pitching in or pitching into, for lack of a better word. But it's an interesting product all the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our judges. Thank you very much, Mr. Izobi. Thank you very much, Team 7. Please take that feedback into consideration in your build ahead of the grand finale. Team 7 is our last team. I just want to say a very big thank you to our judges for giving us your time. We have gone over 2 hours and exceeded. And thank you for being patient with us and sticking with us the entire time. We have not lost a single judge. And that's a big one. So thank you very much. And thank you so much to the teams as well. I know it's not been easy, sleepless nights, building as well. No matter whatever API is failing or not going through, a team member, disappointing you. But thank you so much for pulling your weight, for being there. So it means a lot to us as you're trying to, donate your own quota to improve the system, the country's economy. Thank you very much, guys, online and here physically. And see you tomorrow.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes, sir.
This is my first, we've been on Enaira for quite a while, so some of the things we see are some of the things that are already fairly mature that we know about. So it's not for anyone that's feeling as if I'm not appreciating the effort, please don't allow that to dissuade you. It's just that I am a very informed party. But there have been some very interesting products today, some very, very interesting ones, and it's looking very exciting, and I'm actually looking forward to tomorrow as well. I think beyond here is just the final, right? So I think it's quite interesting. Thank you, everyone.
Concerning